Honorable members, let us pray. Almighty God, we humbly beseech thee, look with favor upon this Parliament of the Republic of Ghana. Grant that it may perform its high duty as in thy sight. Give divine guidance to the President of the Republic. Endow members of Parliament and ministers of state with discernment and vision, integrity and courage, that through the labors of government, this land and people may be well and truly served, and their good purposes for the common human life be realized in our midst. O God, grant us a vision of our country, fair as it might be, a country of righteousness, where none shall wrong his neighbor, a country of plenty, where evil and poverty shall be done away with, a country of brotherhood, where all success shall be founded on service, and honor shall be given to the deserving, a country of peace, where government shall rest on the will of the people and the love for the common good. Bless the efforts of those who struggle to make this vision a living reality. Inspire and strengthen our people, that they may give time, thought, and sacrifice to speed the day of the coming beauty of Ghana and Africa. Amen. Honorable members, with your kind permission, let me, on your behalf, acknowledge the presence of visitors from 3 institutions. One, we have students from the Accra Sempe Junior High School. There are 62 in number. They are led by the head teacher of the school in the person of Mrs. Agustina Jamra. That is not head teacher. That is head mistress. Maybe the educational sector has changed some of these things, but that is what I was taught. You are most welcome. Madam, we are grateful for your leadership in bringing them. 62 is quite a large number, even though they are coming from a constituency we all know very well, Ododo constituency. You are most welcome. Resume your seat. We have the second group coming from Mount Olivet Methodist Preparatory School. They are 30 in number, and they are coming from the Boom Katamanso constituency. They are led by the NCCA official by name Comfort Kwenu. On behalf of the House, I welcome you to today's proceedings. Please, you may resume your seat. The third group is from the Way School Complex, and they are 79 in number, coming from the constituency referred to as Afajato South. They are led by the headmaster by name Mr. Daniel Nati. You are also warmly welcome. This is the house for all of you. We are mandated to protect your rights and freedoms. And so anytime you are in trouble, this is the house you can run in for refuge. It's the house of might and majesty. And so please start learning it at this young age. And as I often say, we expect that when you are here, you perform better than we are doing. So you may resume your seats. Honorable members, we now move to item 6 on the order paper. Correction of votes and proceedings and official reports. We start with the correction of votes and proceedings of Friday, 20th February 2026, page 1, page 2, page 3, page 4, page 5, page 6, page 7, page 6. Yes, honorable member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Page 6, item 4, 10, and 15. The honorable members, Honorable Anodompre and Honorable Asifua, were present during Friday's proceeding, and they've been marked absent.
Are the honorable members present? Honorable Anodompre, the honorable member for Nsawam Aduojiri, were you present on Friday, 20th February 2026?
Speaker, indeed I was. I was present.
And then the other gentleman referred to as Honorable Vincent Eko Asafua Ultafo.
Right Honorable Speaker, I was present on Friday.
You were present?
Yes, please.
Table office, kindly take note of that. Yes, any more? So we move to page 7. Yes. Honorable members, when you are on your feet, it means you are drawing my attention that you want to address the House. Page 8, page 9. Yes.
Right Honorable Speaker, page 9, item number 8, sub-item 308. Suke number 1. The number should be a proper noun, so the N should be capital. Number 1. It's a proper noun, so it should be capital. Capital N.
Honorable member, you are drawing our attention to the spelling of the name number 1. And you say the number should start with capital N. And what about
Capital
the 1?
N. The 1 can also be capital. Rightly so. Thank you.
Yes, table office, kindly take note of that. Page 10. Page 11.
Page 10.
Sorry, page 10.
Right Honorable Speaker, page 10, item number 391, Nalerigu Gambaga constituency. The constituency should be a capital C. For purposes of consistency, should be a capital C.
Table office, please take
And
note of that.
Item number 540 on the same page. Takwa Nswayim constituency, not constituencies. Takwa Nswayim constituency, not constituencies.
Table office, can they take note of that? Page, sorry, Honorable Member, are you on your feet? Yes.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. I need your guidance, please. Page 11, under 606B. The Honorable First Deputy Speaker directed that the answers to the following questions, not too sure whether answers and questions should be in caps, starting or small letter, once a continuation of a statement.
You are not too sure that answers should be in caps.
Whether the word answers, once it's a continuation of a statement, whether it should be starting with a capital letter or
Yes, in this context.
in this context.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Page 12. Page 12.
Page 12, Right Honorable Speaker. Item number C. The Minister for Energy and Green Transition to answer at a later date. Later date, not latter date. Later date. Thank you.
Table office, the spelling of later. Please, kindly take note. Yes, please. That's the same issue. Page 13. Page 14. Yes, Honorable Member. Page 15. Page 15, yes.
Speaker, thank you so much. Speaker, page 15 under the Legal Education Reform Bill, paragraph 16. I think the first word should be deleted, so we substitute with a plural version, given the fact that we did a clause-by-clause consideration of the bill. So it should be clauses 37 to 40. Thank you.
Table office, kindly take note. Page 16. Page 17. Yes, please.
Page 17, clause 47. 47D, line 1. After technology, technology should be in inverted commas. Technology should be in inverted commas. The last one is missing.
Yes, table office, kindly take note of that. Page 18. Page 19. Page 20. Yes, please.
Still, Mr. Speaker, I'll need your guidance on the final sentence. The meeting was adjourned at 1 p.m. Knowing that in our context, meeting is something else, could it be corrected to mean the committee meeting was adjourned at 1 p.m.? so that we don't confuse what meeting means in the general context as against what is being reported here.
Yes, at the committee level, you meet. In plenary sessions, you sit. So in the context, the proper word is meet. And so they are right to say the meeting was adjourned at that time. If you realize when we are dealing with the House, we say the sitting was adjourned at the time. So I think it's right because the context is dealing with the Committee on Employment, Labor Relations, and Pensions. So there's nothing to change there. Honorable members, the votes and proceedings of the 12th sitting dated Friday, 20th February 2026, as corrected, is adopted as a true record of proceedings. I have a copy of the official report of Tuesday, 17 February 2026. Honorable members, any corrections? Honorable members, in the absence of any correction, the official report of Tuesday, 17 February 2026 is hereby adopted as a true record of proceedings. We now move on to the next item. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I, subject to your pleasure, Mr. Speaker, will crave your indulgence for us to vary the order of business and go to presentation of first reading of bills for the Value for Money Office bill to be presented, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, minority from bench.
Speaker, I heard the leader loud and clear, obviously coming under 67(2). Speaker, the imperative of 67(2) is that he should be seeking your leave. And he's doing that for the finance minister to lay a paper. I don't know why the majority leader appears to be in a hurry. For a long time, we have missed the finance minister. We've not been seeing him as often as we should. The man is in the house for us to feel him, and you are saying he should just lay the paper and go. Speaker, this application doesn't find favor with us. There are other businesses that should be prosecuted. The Minister for Works and Housing is here dutifully to attend to his questions. So let's start with the questions, at least.
The finance minister should sit down for some time.
And he should fill the chamber a bit. He should fill the chamber a bit. When we are done with the questions, then we can consider the finance minister. Besides the point, this is not an urgent matter. After the questions, he could be allowed to lay the paper. So, finance minister, majority leader, I beg you, just take it easy. Take it easy. The minister is here to prepare the grounds for the president. And you don't want him to sit in the chamber. You want him to leave. We are opposed to that. We are opposed to you.
Yes, majority leader, they are not convinced. So try to persuade them to accept your application.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, they are very convinced. You see their response. It's a clear indication that they are very convinced. You know, Mr. Speaker, when I was a student, I represented Ghana at the Afro-Asian International Moot Court competition in India. It was the first time I was dealing with Indians. So the panel, the bench at that time, anytime I argued, then the judges would shake their heads. Anytime I argued forcefully citing authorities, international law authorities, the judges would shake their heads. And in advocacy, you take feedback from the body language of the chair, the bench, to have an indication whether your argument is being accepted or not. I forced until my time ended. Then in the afternoon, I was going to town. So they had these rickshaws at that time, which was the main means of transportation in Bangalore. So we asked the rider whether he knew a particular place that we were going to. Then he did this. So the young man said, well, let's get on. I said, no, he says he doesn't know the place. He said, no, he says he knows the place. I said, but he did this. They said, no, in India, when you shake your head this way, it means yes. So, Mr. Speaker, I watched their body language, and they said yes, that we can take it.
Yes.
Speaker, this body language is deceptive. But to the extent that we have always displayed patriotism, Speaker, we will allow the minister to perform the business as he should.
Honourable members, we take item 9, so leave is granted, which is presentation and first reading of bills. Item 9.
An act to establish a value for money office to regulate, monitor, coordinate, promote, and develop value for money assessments and provide for related matters.
I am told the minister has a few words to say concerning the bill. So I'll grant him the opportunity to do so in accordance with our standing orders.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
I thought that would be guided by Order 1633. And Order 1633 says, after the presentation of a bill, a member may ask the sponsor to offer a short explanatory statement on the bill, and the sponsor shall comply. So my understanding is that triggering Order 1633 has to be by a member. A member has to make a request. Mr. Speaker, yes, a member may make a request. So, Mr. Speaker, I think that we should go by Order 1633, where I hereby make a request for the Minister for Finance to give us a short explanatory statement on the bill that he is sponsoring. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Habib.
Mr. Speaker, I was thinking that Order 1633 will be invoked by any other member, not the leader of government business. Is it the case that the minister is bringing this bill that the leader of government business doesn't have an idea at all why the minister is bringing this bill to the House? So, Mr. Speaker, if it is the case that the majority leader have no idea, no clue, your ministers are laying bills, you don't understand anything about it, I'm surprised. I think we should have been asking that, but if the majority leader and the leader of government business is invoking Order 163, Mr. Speaker, it speaks for itself that the majority leader is not being consulted, he is not in the know of anything that is going on in the government, Mr. Speaker.
Is this a matter that should be debated? Honorable members, by the standing orders, you don't even need a member to raise the issue, even though Order 163 says so. The person laying could so move to also make statements on the bill that the person is presenting. And so it's proper that any member includes leadership or whatever. So what the majority leader has done is right. I'll allow the Minister of Finance to say a few words.
Right Honourable Speaker, the Value for Money Office Bill seeks to address chronic inefficiencies in the public financial management system, particularly those arising from inflated contracts, abandoned projects, cost overrun, and wasteful spending. By institutionalizing a value for money framework, this bill aims to ensure that every cedi spent by the government delivers the maximum possible benefit to citizens in terms of economy, efficiency, effectiveness, equity, and sustainability. Furthermore, the establishment of the Value for Money Office will create a specialized and independent oversight institutions with the technical mandate to conduct value for money assessment, issue value for money certificate before major contracts are awarded, monitor compliance, and ensure sanctions where violations occur. The overarching objective is to ensure fiscal discipline, reduce waste, promote public confidence, and strengthen the governance and accountability architecture of the country. Mr. Speaker, the bill also seeks to institutionalize value for money oversight and transform public financial management landscape of the country by reducing contract inflation and wasteful expenditure and ensuring uniform pricing across government. Finally, Mr. Speaker, this bill seeks to strengthen fiscal discipline and accountability, enhance public trust and investor confidence, and align Ghana with international best practices in public financial management. Right Honourable Speaker, globally, countries such as United Kingdom, Canada, Singapore, Slovakia, and United States have established statutory framework on value for money. Mr. Speaker, in the UK, for example, they've established the National Audit Office for Value for Money. The Canada, for example, have established the National Money Audit Manual under the Ministry of Finance as an independent body. The United States, for example, also have established the National Accountability Office for Value for Money to ensure optimal use of public funds. And so, Mr. Speaker, Ghana seeks to follow same and to ensure that every cedi count in the award of government contract. I so submit.
Honourable members, the bill is referred to the Committee on Finance for consideration and report to the House. May I add that the leadership of the Committee on the Economy should join the Committee of Finance in the consideration of this bill. It's so referred. May we now take questions? Item 7. Yes, Honourable.
Speaker, leadership has consulted, and to that end, may I come under Order 67-2 and seek your leave for business to be varied, for us to take item 8. Item 8, just a statement that stands in the name of the minority leader, after which we'll revert to item 7. Speaker, with your leave.
Leadership of the majority.
Mr. Speaker, I thought earlier on, the front bench of the minority wanted to spend time with the finance minister in the chamber. That's what I thought. Earlier on, that they wanted to spend time with the finance minister in the chamber. Now he's in a hurry to make a statement and leave the chamber. Mr. Speaker, I think that he should wait so long as Finance Minister is here, so that he can spend more time with the Finance Minister. So I think his statement can wait. The Finance Minister is not going anywhere. They can have more time together, and then the Minister for Works and Housing, however, has so many other things that he needs to do. So let's take the question and then have the Minister for Works and Housing answer his questions so that he can have more time with the Finance Minister.
Withdraw that application.
This is one of the things I admire about the majority leader. I mean, when we have an agreement. This is a very good agreement that we should pursue. Yes, we want him to be here. And this is not a matter we should litigate further. Because a while ago, we staged a good compromise for him. Why is he doing this? This is not in good. Be fair to us. He should stay. The Finance Minister should stay. I think he is in agreement. The majority leader is in agreement. So in any case, it is not at his...
Honourable members, item 8, statement. Our attention is drawn to a statement to be made by the minority leader. We may listen to that statement. I'm told it's a short statement. Then after that, we will take the questions. Yes, please.
Speaker, let me thank you for the opportunity to make this statement, and let me thank colleagues in leadership for this treasure space. Mr. Speaker, I rise on this solemn occasion to lay before this House a matter that cuts...
Honourable member, is this occasion solemn?
Oh, Mr. Speaker, to the extent the matter I'm raising, it's because somebody is dead. Otherwise, Mr. Speaker...
You are talking about the subject matter you are yet...
That is so.
Yes, but the occasion now
is
the
Mr. Speaker, very
sitting
well.
of...
That's okay. Mr. Speaker, that's
Please.
fine. Mr. Speaker, that's fine. Mr. Speaker, that's fine. Mr. Speaker, I rise in this chamber with a heavy heart, weighed down by grief, with a spirit stirred by righteous indignation, and with a profound sense of national covenant broken. Mr. Speaker, we must today confront a truth as painful as it is undeniable. Our healthcare system, the sanctuary to which citizens flee in their most fragile hour, failed. It failed catastrophically, and it failed fatally. Let me be emphatic. This is not a partisan matter. Therefore, this chamber must not descend into the usual theater of political point scoring. It is not about the NDC nor the MPP. This transcends political advantage. Mr. Speaker, this is about a human being, a young Ghanaian citizen. His name was Charles Emisa, a 29-year-old man in the prime of his life, reportedly employed by Proceedings Ghana Limited, who should, by every moral and legal right, be alive today. Instead, he perished. He died in the back of an ambulance, virtually on the streets of our capital city, because the institutions mandated to protect life turned him away. Mr. Speaker, on the 9th of the 6th of February 2026, Charles Emisa was involved in a hit-and-run accident at the Circle Overpass. At 10:32 p.m., the ambulance 15 received a distress call. At 10:33, it mobilized. At 10:35, it was on site. Let the record show the Ghana Ambulance Service performed its duty with professionalism and dispatch. They found him bleeding profusely. They assessed him. His vital signs were recorded. blood pressure 120/90, pulse 100 beats per minute, oxygen saturation 99%. These were the vital signs of a living man, a man with a fighting chance. They stabilized him, controlled the hemorrhage, and rushed him to the gates of hope. But hope, Mr. Speaker, was met with a closed door. At the police hospital, they were told, quote, "No bed," end quote. At the Ridge Hospital, the answer was the same, "No bed." At Kolebu Teaching Hospital, our premier medical facility, they were rejected again. Let us be clear on what this means. At none of these facilities was triage conducted. At none were vital signs even taken. Charles Emisa remained in that ambulance, his life ebbing away, while the institutions established by the Republic of Ghana to save him refused to receive him. After approximately 30 minutes of this shameful odyssey, he went into cardiac arrest. Despite the effort of the ambulance crew, CPR yielded no response. He was pronounced dead. A life extinguished, not by the initial accident, by a systemic failure of the state. Mr. Speaker, this House must particularly be outraged because this was not merely an accident of circumstance. It was a direct violation of state policy. In 2018, under the leadership of the then Director General of Ghana Health Service, a clear directive was issued explicitly prohibiting the denial of emergency care on the basis of bed availability. The directive was unequivocal. It mandated immediate triage, immediate stabilization, and the use of alternative surfaces, couches, tables, wheelchairs, and where beds were unavailable. The principle was and remains simple: stabilize first, resolve bed logistics later. In the case of Charles Emisa, that principle was abandoned and a man died as a result. Mr. Speaker, before I proceed further, it is right and proper that we pause. We must look beyond the policy failures and statistics and see the face of a young man who we have lost. I wish on behalf of my side of the House, and I believe I speak for every honorable member present, to extend our deepest, most heartfelt condolences to the family, friends and colleagues of Charles Emisa, who now face an unthinkable void. To his siblings, his loved ones, and his colleagues at Promisido, Ghana Limited, we share your immeasurable grief. Nothing we do here, Mr. Speaker, today will bring Charles back, but let it never be said that this Parliament heard of such a tragedy and remain unmoved is a reason why, Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful for this treasure space to make this statement. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, while we hold our public institutions to account, we must not lose sight of the fact that this tragic chain of events was set in motion by a cowardly act. A hit-and-run driver struck down Charles Emisa and fled the scene, leaving him for dead. I therefore call upon the Ghana Police Service to deploy every resource, every investigative technique, and every intelligence capable at their disposal to track down and apprehend this individual. Justice for Charles demands that the person whose reckless actions precipitated this nightmare be found and made to answer fully before the law. Let them know that the long arm of the Ghanaian state will not tire until they are brought to account. Mr. Speaker, I respectfully invite this honorable House not to be silent over this. Now we must act. We are informed that the Ministry and HEFRA have launched investigations. We welcome these actions But let no one mistake executive inquiry for parliamentary oversight. Under Article 103 of the 1992 Constitution, this House has the primary duty to investigate matters of public importance and to expose inefficiencies and maladministration. Therefore, in all humility but with firmness of mind, I call on the Health Committee to be immediately empowered to do the following. 1, and Mr. Speaker, with your directive, summon the chief executive officers and heads of emergency units of the 3 hospitals involved. 2, demand production of triage logs, duty rosters, and bed occupancy records for that night. 3, establish conclusively whether the 2018 Ghana Health Service Directive was breached. And finally, determine whether professional misconduct or negligence occurred. If misconduct is found, sanctions must follow. If negligence is proven, prosecution must follow. If a systematic failure is identified, comprehensive reform must follow. Mr. Speaker, let me leave the House with these final thoughts. If a young man can be carried from one public hospital to another, refuse at every door until he dies, then the social contract is broken and none of us, I repeat, none of us is safe. Not the rich, not the poor, not the politician, not the ordinary man on the street. The death of Charles Emisa must force this nation to change. Human life cannot be subordinate to administrative convenience. Emergency cannot be optical. Our hospitals do not have the moral or legal discretion to abandon the dying. Mr. Speaker, I so humbly submit. Thank you so much indeed.
Yes, thank you so much. Honourable members, this is a very important statement and is of serious public interest. So let's take it as such and give the proper lead and further investigation into the matter. Please, Deputy Minister for Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to comment on the statement made by the Honourable Minority Leader. Mr. Speaker, the death of any Ghanaian in this matter is unfortunate. I would like to take this opportunity to extend my heartfelt condolences to the bereaved family and the loved ones of the deceased, and also to the entire nation. Mr. Speaker, I am the Deputy Minister of Health and also a traumatologist. In other words, I'm trained as a trauma surgeon specialist and consultant. Mr. Speaker, the event that led to this unfortunate incident and demise of the gentleman is tragic and should not happen. Mr. Speaker, in surgery, we call this a never event. Mr. Speaker, a never event is an event that should never happen. Under no circumstance, Mr. Speaker, should a human being die this way. Mr. Speaker, however, governance is a continuum. Mr. Speaker, we have the ministry has, as the Honourable Minority Leader said, has constituted a committee that is looking into the issue. And in fact, they have met today. We have also done preliminary inquiries. And Mr. Speaker, as we all know, I believe that the management of Kolebu Teaching Hospital has also independently interdicted some of their workers that were in the emergency room that night. However, Mr. Speaker, the conditions under which the current government came into running the country, Mr. Speaker, was rather dire when you talk about our health system. Mr. Speaker, this was the previous government started the Agenda 111 project, Mr. Speaker. Agenda 111 at the end of 8 years, Mr. Speaker, there was not one single hospital. I'm not engendering debate. I'm just trying to explain the circumstances. Mr. Speaker, Agenda 111. At the end of 8 years, Mr. Speaker, there was not one single hospital that was operational. Mr. Speaker, in fact, what we came to meet was multiple hospitals littered around the country, some of them at foundation level. There was not one hospital that a human being could walk in. However, they had spent millions and billions of Ghana cedis, to the extent that, Mr. Speaker, the Auditor General surcharged 35 contractors 7.9 million. And the refund that the Auditor General, Service surcharged.
Honorable Deputy Minister, please focus on the major issue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am guided. Mr. Speaker, the current government is serious about what is happening in our emergency rooms. We have constituted a committee that is looking into it. We are collecting data as to what is actually happening in our emergency rooms. Mr. Speaker, the issue is multifaceted. Is it the pre-hospital, the ambulance, the pre-hospital care, or is it indeed what is happening in our emergency rooms? The ambulance service, Mr. Speaker, we had 30 ambulances that are currently parked. Mr. Speaker, in the last 5 years, the ambulance service personnel have not been recertified. Mr. Speaker, the ambulance was there because of the proximity to the ambulance service. They got there on time and they did what was necessary. Mr. Speaker, the issue of no bed syndrome, unfortunately, is not a new issue. This issue has existed for so long, and unfortunately, we or the previous government was not able to fix it. Mr. Speaker, in this government, we will take a bold step. The John Dramani Mahama government is going to take a bold step to solve the problem of no bed syndrome. Mr. Speaker, we are going to retool the hospitals, starting from the CHIPS compound to the health centers, all the way up to
Majority Leader. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, they requested to make a statement. I knew that this statement will raise issues, but at conclave, you said we should have it. Now, you've made a statement, she's commenting on it, and Mr. Speaker, just imagine the level of noise that is emanating from the other side. So, Mr. Speaker, can you imagine somebody using the word very insensitive?
Honorable members, please, let's listen to each other.
Yes, we need to listen to each other. You may think it is insensitive. You are talking about no bed syndrome. What does no bed mean? It means you didn't construct enough hospitals and provide enough beds. That's what no bed means. That's what no bed means. You may disagree with her, but that's her view. That's her view, that this is the underlying cause of the problem. That the hospitals don't have the beds. They don't have the space. They don't have the capacity. Because you promised and you did not deliver. You may disagree with her, but that's her view. Please, let's listen to each other.
Honorable members.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Please.
We are retooling the hospital.
We agreed that we'll take 3 from each side of the house. So kindly wait when it's your turn. Then you can put across your views. But honorable members, I thought we agreed on some key issues. You are a Deputy Minister of Health. Do you need a bed to attend to emergency situation?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. By definition, Mr. Speaker, an ambulance itself is a bed. An ambulance is what we classify as a step-down unit. The cart in the ambulance can be considered a bed. So in such cases, a patient can be treated in the ambulance.
Yes. Even outside the ambulance.
Exactly.
Outside the chair, even at the ward, do you need a bed to attend to an emergency?
No, Mr. Speaker, the patient
So let's
can
move
actually
on, please.
be
Let's
treated-
move on.
Yes, the
Let's
patient
focus
can
on the
actually be
issues.
treated. That is why we have constituted a committee to look into it. And that is why, Mr. Speaker, we are retooling the ambulance service because they need to have the proper equipment in the ambulance, Mr. Speaker. It is not just the bed. Mr. Speaker, it is the bed plus the oxygen plus the IV plus the IV infusion itself plus the monitors plus everything in the ambulance. Mr. Speaker, an ambulance is not just a transportation device. So, Mr. Speaker, we are retooling the ambulances.
Honorable Deputy Minister, I was a Minister for Health. I know what I'm talking about. Please focus on the issue. The reason was that no bed. That is why we've been told.
Speaker.
So focus on that. You've done well by establishing a committee to investigate the issue. So let's look at it seriously.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a ministry, we are taking every step to ensure that such situations never happen in the country. Mr. Speaker, we are retraining our emergency services staff. Mr. Speaker, we are both training the doctors as well as the staff. We are even training the security in the emergency rooms. Mr. Speaker, we are also extending this into the ambulance service itself. We are going to ensure that all the ambulances have the necessary equipment to save precious Ghanaian lives. Mr. Speaker, this patient could have probably been saved if we had the proper supplies in the ambulance. Mr. Speaker, we are working diligently to avoid such needless deaths of any Ghanaian. And in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, I would like to express my heartfelt condolences to the family, and I would also like to express my condolences to the rest of the country. Mr. Speaker, under our government, such incidences would not happen. Thank you.
Yes, honorable members, can we take two more from each side of the House? Yes, Honorable Kojo Nkrumah.
Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful for the opportunity to comment on this statement, and I join colleagues in expressing our condolence to the family of Charles Semisa for this tragic loss. Mr. Speaker, I also associate with the calls for a proper investigation to establish exactly what happened. Mr. Speaker, also, let me, on behalf of members of Parliament who may feel like associating with this call I'm about to make, apologize to the family of Charles Semisa for the comments that have just been made by the Deputy Minister for Health, which in our view attempts to politicize the matter. This is a matter of a tragic death, a matter that has now been announced as a subject of an investigation. There should be no basis for which at this time there are attempts to suggest that it is because the immediate past administration did not finish Agenda 111 buildings or EMTs have not been certified. Because if we descend into that arena, Mr. Speaker, we may be tempted to ask what the administration before the last one also did about that. I'm not sure what Ghanaians want to hear us talking about today is an attempt to be doing partisan exchanges on this. What is important is that this investigation is done and is done in a credible manner. What is important is that if some wrongdoing is found, the persons who would have engaged in it are held culpable. And more importantly, Mr. Speaker, is an assurance that going forward, the emergency health processes that should take place in our health facilities across the country are very strongly observed. But, Mr. Speaker, this happened in a very urban area where medical facilities are available, where medical personnel are unavailable. Can we imagine what is happening in many of the rural communities where facilities and personnel are in short supply? And so, across the aisle, we have to commit ourselves to ensure that no cedi should be spared in ensuring that facilities and personnel are made available across the country to be able to attend to the health needs of our people. Mr. Speaker, once again, we would extend our commiserations to the family of Mr. Charles Semisa. But this should not be a matter that is politicized in any way whatsoever. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Speaker, I'm so grateful. And just like my colleagues, I would also like to use the opportunity to extend condolences to the bereaved family and to wish them God's strength in this moment of grief. Speaker, at the heart of this whole thing, partly is the response that we often receive from our health practitioners. I recall during last meeting, one dawn I woke up to prepare for a television show, and then unknown to me, I went blackout. I was fortunate my son had the extent to which I fell and moved from his room to come to our master bedroom. And he managed to wake my wife up. They lifted me to one of the foremost health facilities in this country. Speaker, when we got there, my younger brother went in and drew their attention. They just told him, send him to another place. Speaker, it took my wife to tell them that the man lying in there is an MP. Then the rush in came. So the kernel of this issue sometimes is the discrimination by these professionals. And the discrimination they offer tend to make you and I, Speaker, be victims before the general public. I listened to one of the airwaves, the radio stations this morning, and none of us was spared. Speaker, not even yourself. The public holds an erroneous view that we are not doing much. Meanwhile, we are doing at least the best we could under the circumstances. But the response that comes from our practitioners, some of them, leaves much to be desired. And that is what we must focus on. Speaker, I think that the next thing for me has to do with the fact that we have overly concentrated our health facilities in Accra. And so, be it professionals, be it equipment, be it tools, most of them are here. So everything that happens in the 15 other regions must come to Kolebu, must go to UGMC. And so it makes these professionals also overstretch. And so government must relentlessly look at that angle. I am happy and delighted to know that at least under the administration of His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, his first tenure, he has demonstrated unyielding commitment to expanding some of this infrastructure. It's not enough. We must admit that we need to do more. And we must encourage the public along that we are not the kind of ruling class that always takes interest in going to London, Germany, America, and all other places to seek treatment. But then we are doing our bit, and we must win their confidence. This issue must not be left to go unchecked. I thank the ministry, I thank the government for instituting swiftly an investigation. The outcome must be brought on time, in real time, Speaker, so that we take decisive step to ensure that this doesn't rear its ugly head. Speaker, I thank you so much for this opportunity.
Yes, Honourable Member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. and I would like to commend the maker of the statement, Osahene Alexander Afenyomakin, the minority leader, regarding the passing of Charles Amisa. And let me also express my deepest condolence to the family of Charles Amisa. Mr. Speaker, it saddens my heart. Why? Because just about 3 months ago, in my constituency, when I was called by the police commander, there was an accident that happened on the Kumasi-Tamale Highway, specifically between Nkinkenso and Akumadan. Right away, we were told some people had passed, so we had to rush to the hospital. I'm happy to commend the director of the hospital, Mr. Speaker, because the facilities there is not enough. Patients were being treated at the outpatient department, and they had to improvise. Mr. Speaker, any one of us could have a cardiac arrest, and it will take between 3 to 5 minutes. If we are not safe, we could pass. And as such, our healthcare system should have a robust protocol that we use in managing health crises or emergencies. We shouldn't have excuse for a life to be lost. That is why His Excellency, the former president, said we know how to bring back the economy, but we don't know how to bring back life. Any single life that is lost can never be brought back. And this is not a time as a house to debate, but this is a time for us to improve on what the previous government started. If the previous government started constructing hospitals, Mr. Speaker, we should help. The case I'm referring to in Kinkenso, Mr. Speaker, because of that, they don't have emergency unit, and I'm using the small common fund, the 5% allocated, to build a small emergency unit to support the system. Mr. Speaker, there's no way one can say the facilities you have in Kolebu, you have that same facilities in a village in my constituency. But there are protocols with which healthcare systems should have, and the staff should be well trained and to understand what time should we refer. But the excuse that because there's no bed so one cannot be treated is not tenable. And I believe if, for instance, our ambulances are not running, what is the government doing to make sure we can maintain these ambulances and make sure that they are fit for purpose and make sure that they are working, Mr. Speaker?
The honorable member, don't go into those issues because there is no government that has come to govern this country and all ambulances are working and running at all times. Even during the reign of the person you quoted, it's the same thing. And that quotation was wrong. Please, when you lose an economy, you lose lives. You don't know that? So when you say you are bringing back the economy, you know how to bring back economy, but you don't know how to bring back lives. The time you've lost the economy, you've lost so many lives that you can't bring back. Please, let's address the issue, what is confronting us now, and stop the politics.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and respectfully, I don't intend to debate, Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, the point I'm trying to repeat and to emphasize on the fact that every single life matters. And whatever possible our healthcare system can put in place with respect to the limited resources that we have as a country, how best we can efficiently allocate them and to make sure that all staff and logistics that are in place are put to good use so that it doesn't matter, because, Mr. Speaker, it could happen to any of us. We know there's an issue of hit and run, which I believe the law will take its course. But also, let's assume this same thing had happened in another village where there's no bigger hospital. What is the protocol? Every hospital, Mr. Speaker, as I know, there are protocols that one has to follow. Are we making sure that even all our healthcare professionals or even members of parliament are taken through CPR and such training, basic things that even our resources are limited, we can still make use of? Mr. Speaker, we know healthcare facilities within the villages are not there, but healthcare professionals are able to improvise because they have been given more detailed training and have been given the training said that every life matters, and we don't want to play with nobody's life, and we don't want to do politics with anybody's life, but we want to work on, and we as a house, now such a thing has happened, I'm also in support of the fact that we should institute a committee that will look into Charles Amisa's issue so that another Charles Amisa incident doesn't happen to anybody or any member in this. Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I thank the maker of the statement.
Yes, honorable member at the back.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the statement. And let me also express my deepest condolences to the family of the late Charles Amisa on behalf of all of us, and in particular on behalf of the board and management of the Kolebu Teaching Hospital. Mr. Speaker, I also want to thank the minority leader for this statement. It's very timely, and he has set the tone for us to really examine the issues. Permit me to take us a bit down memory lane to remind us of something that is not too pleasant. In June 2018, it was a 70-year-old man, Mr. Prince Anthony Poku Echampong, who died after visiting 7 hospitals, including a hospital that his company supplies stationery to. He was a CEO of a stationery company, and they supplied stationery to this hospital, and he was turned away. And the explanation or excuse was the same. The then Minister of Health did his best, constituted committees to ensure that this will never happen again. Unfortunately, 8 years down the line, we have this time a younger person, strong person, an engineer, losing his life to a similar circumstance. Very, very, very unfortunate. But Mr. Speaker, when we say no bed in the hospital, what actually do we mean? A no bed could mean that there is no physical bed at the emergency. It could also mean that there is no blood if the managers anticipate that that patient will need blood, and so they want the person to go elsewhere. It could mean there is a particular skill. For instance, an anesthetist is not there, and they think that that patient will require surgery. It could mean there is no theater space. It could mean there is no oxygen in this hospital. There is no ICU bed, but we think that this patient needs ICU care. It could mean there is no stroke bed, and therefore we are telling you no bed because you have a stroke. There is no doctor at this moment, so there is no bed. Mr. Speaker, but the most disappointing part is that no bed could simply mean that the staff are not willing to work. And that is the very, very sad part. This no bed could mean that a shift is about to end and someone is not willing to admit a new patient and do all the documentation, so turn the patient away. No bed could mean that the doctor is afraid to work or is tired and feels that if he touch that patient and the patient pass away, duty of care is established legally because he has touched the patient. So see no evil. I have not touched that patient, so you cannot blame me for it. But is it really right if a patient dies in the precinct of a hospital at the entrance of the emergency, wait there for 30 minutes, 45 minutes, and you say because you've not seen that patient, no duty of care is established, the legal brains will have to help us out. Mr. Speaker, the causes of no bed in this country has been established by previous committees under the former Health Minister, Honorable Kweku Agyeman-Menu, and I worked on that committee in my former capacity as General Secretary of the Medical Association. We all contributed to it. But still, the attitudinal problem and some few other factors have brought us this far. You can group the causes into structural, into functional, and one of attitude. If you talk about structure, the WHO recommends that we should have about 2 to 5 beds per 10,000 population, hospital beds. In Ghana, we have 0.9 beds per hospital population. So practically, it can't be that our beds are simply not adequate. But when you go to the functional issue, you can say no bed at the emergency, but there may be a bed on the ward. There may be a bed on another ward. And it's just an attitude of transferring a patient from here to that ward so you can create space. And people are not willing to do that. Mr. Speaker, as mentioned earlier, Kolebu Teaching Hospital, where I preside as the chairman of the board, was the last place that this man had his last breath. And we are very sorry about this. We have taken our own measures. We have interdicted 4 staff, and we have set up a committee to investigate. The Minister of Health, as alluded to by the Deputy Minister, has also set up a very high-level committee headed by the revered Professor Bedu Akosa, Professor Adman Bedu Akosa, and they are working to see the exact cause of this particular incident. But I'm also proud to announce that to bring a comprehensive solution, building on the efforts of previous ministers, the current Minister of Health had already set in motion a team to solve this situation comprehensively. And they are coming out with a document that is going to be looking at a national integrated bed management and referral coordination system. This will be backed by IT and is going to allow us at the real time to be able to tell the categories of bed that are available in a particular hospital. Whether you don't have stroke bed or ICU bed or bed for a pregnant woman or for a child. This work has been ongoing. It is unfortunate that while it was in its final weeks, this incident has happened. And the minister has asked the group to quicken up their work so that he can make a major announcement on this to bring a comprehensive change that would help us. It will rope in the ambulance service so that when the ambulance picks a patient, they don't ask the patient or their relative or a doctor in a small private hospital, can you tell us which hospital is willing to accept this patient? This is the current situation. I have had calls from a lot of colleagues here. They need a patient moved to Kolebu, and their response will be that there is no bed at Kolebu emergency. But when I call, there will be a bed. Why? And so this is what this problem, solution that the minister is bringing is going to solve. And I'm pleading that Parliament will give the minister all the support needed so that this problem can be solved once and for all. Mr. Speaker, I will conclude by saying that our ambulance service, by their acts and by their function, may also need to be reviewed. Currently, they do scoop and run. What it means is, at an accident scene, they can pick you up, but they can't even set a simple IV line to give you fluid. For this patient who was being moved from hospital to hospital, if a simple normal saline was running, this patient could have survived. The minority leader mentioned his BP at the beginning. At Kolebu, when they checked the BP in the ambulance monitor, it had come down to 84.56. That is someone who is just about dying. So if they could at least set a line and run some fluid in transit, a lot of patients will survive. So the model that allowed them to only scoop and run must be changed, and their training must be upgraded so that have paramedics that are specialized to be able to provide some basic care. But in conclusion, attitude is our biggest problem. All of this will not change if the attitude does not change. May I stand on this to appeal to my colleague health workers. Look at that next patient, that it could be you, it could be your father, it could be your mother. It doesn't have to be another doctor calling you before you create a bed and accept the patient, because the one that can call, maybe you may be the one unconscious who will call on your behalf. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, think leaders want to contribute. Okay, Honorable Habib.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me first
Honorable members, attitude. Please, it's not only referring to the health personnel. Please, let's allow our leaders to make their contributions. Yes,
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me first of all commend my colleague. Listening to him, he spoke with patriotism, with a deep knowledge of the sector and professionalism. Mr. Speaker, he is actually the Deputy Minister of Health who never was. And Mr. Speaker, listening to him, Mr. Speaker, listening to him, it brings me back to the conclusion of the maker of the statement. The maker of the statement concluded by saying that if a young man can be carried from one public hospital to another, refuse every door until he dies, then the social contract is broken. None of us is safe, not the rich, not the poor, not the politician, not the ordinary citizen. Mr. Speaker, situations like this call for a deeper reflection. It calls for consensus building, not to politicize the entire thing. Mr. Speaker, I just want to note that when you are given an opportunity, either as a minister or a deputy minister, and a statement is made with regards to your sector, any comment you make suppose or can be interpreted to be the knowledge or the position of the government with regards to that sector. Mr. Speaker, I was happy that you drew our attention when you were when you were the minister responsible for health, having been part of the three wise men and then being made the Minister of Health. The number of ambulances that we even have in the country was somewhere around 57 when you were Deputy Health Minister. So I want to call the Minister, I want to call on the Deputy Health Minister and the Minister that when statement of this nature is made on the floor, we should not always be happy or be in a hurry to politicize the whole issue. It is very sad that if you go into an emergency ward, you will be told that there is no bed, and for that matter, you will lose your life. This is not the Ghana we are all yelling to build. This is not the health infrastructure or the health priorities we want to do. Because, Mr. Speaker, healthcare is a fundamental human right. Your right to have access to proper healthcare. and it is your right to leave. So if it is part of someone's negligence or the excuse that there is no bed, that will lead to the loss of life. Mr. Speaker, it is something we have to all condemn. And I also support the call by the maker that we should be able to build the capacity of our committee in charge of health to be able to engage the executives of these facilities so that we can be able to build a very good atmosphere so that nobody can die with the excuse that there is no bed. Mr. Speaker, I thank you so much.
Majority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I speak as someone who is alive today because when I had a similar emergency, the system worked for me. I speak as that person. I had an accident somewhere in Nasia, and around 4 a.m. in the morning, Mr. Speaker, by divine occurrence, I was struggling to get to the nearest hospital because even though I had no scratch on my physical body, the impact was so great that I thought something wrong must happen inside me. A market truck, a Peugeot, old Peugeot, which the villagers used to attend market early in the mornings, was passing. It had 8 passengers, a Peugeot. I pleaded with them to open the boot so that I would sit in the boot. And indeed, they came down and they were struggling to remove the spare tire and shift the spinner so that I will sit and then my legs will hang outside because I insisted I must get to the nearest hospital. Luckily, a brand new pickup arrived there and written on it was Navrongo Medical Center. They stopped, they checked, I was the one. They mentioned my name, they recognized me. It was around 5 a.m. by that time. And asked me what was wrong. I said, accident. I want to get to the nearest hospital. So they picked me and they sped from Nasia to Tamale. By the time we arrived there, luckily, the health personnel were all down waiting for me because one of our colleagues, the late Alaji Limuna, was then the regional minister and had called ahead. So, Speaker, our colleague here, Dr. Anaba, was the anesthetist. They used 7 pints of blood on me that morning. 7. They performed the surgery, and apparently I had started suffering from internal bleeding from Nasia until Tamale Hospital. A journey of about 2 hours, I was bleeding internally. The doctor said if they had delayed for 30 minutes, by now, perhaps 30 minutes, the doctor said. And Dr. Naba is a colleague in this chamber. Muntaka was a colleague at that time. Mr. Speaker, I speak as somebody who was kept alive because the emergency ward of a hospital worked for me. And it must work for everybody. Every citizen. In some jurisdictions, they would have been outraged. There would have been public outrage, not the type that I see happening. That an accident victim was moved from hospital to hospital, and the medical personnel there refused to treat it as an emergency. It says everything about us as a country. The indiscipline, the disregard for human life,
the lack of fellow feeling, that we don't see that this is a fellow Ghanaian who, whatever we are doing, we must stop and attend to. Otherwise, a life will be lost. We must be outraged about a thing like this. Mr. Speaker, I believe that we must get to the bottom of matters like this. And I thank my colleague for bringing the matter up. And I think that at all times, this parliament must hold those responsible for such conduct, to account. See, we talk about it, and then we leave it there. It happened in 2018. What happened? What did we do? How did those accountable fare at that time? This is what those who have done it today will be inspired by. They will talk, they'll do nothing. We want to see action this time. We want to see people held accountable so that the rest of the health personnel across the country will know that this parliament will not sit idly by whilst people negligently lead to the loss of life such as what we have seen. So I thank my colleague for raising it. And Mr. Speaker, I do agree with him that even though government says we are setting up a committee to look into it, that this parliament should be interested in what happens. And so our committee for health should follow up on what government is doing and then bring us a report. And if we are not satisfied with the outcome and the conclusions of government, that this parliament takes very drastic action. It is only then that citizens will know that when we converge here for their very existence. We are here to defend their lives, to defend their rights, and to defend their interests. But Mr. Speaker, we say we should not politicize things. But permit me to say that who is responsible for the conduct of the health personnel? We, the politicians. Who is responsible for making sure that they work under environments where when there's an emergency, they will respond to it? We, the politicians. Who is responsible for making sure that there are enough beds in the hospitals? We, the politicians. So when we say we shouldn't politicize things, I agree that we shouldn't be partisan about it. But the root cause is always political.
Honorable member, who is responsible for the politician? It's the citizens. So it's the citizens. They are responsible for the politician. And so when you started by raising the issue about the outrage, that is not enough. You are right. If the citizens rise up, they should rise up and hold the politician responsible. The politician will be responsible. So you are right, but don't go to the other side. Move in that direction.
No, Mr. Speaker, the point I'm trying to make is that whatever is happening out there in the hospitals, whatever the attitude of the doctors and the nurses and the medical personnel, whatever the level of deficiencies in terms of the infrastructure, we in this chamber, as the politicians, as ministers, as members of parliament, we are responsible, ultimately, because they voted us into office to deal with it, to deal with that problem. Are we doing that? Are we holding them accountable? Are we providing the infrastructure? Is the budgeting done properly? So, Mr. Speaker, I do agree with you that, the citizens put that in place, but exactly why they have put us there is to deal with these problems. So I want to thank the maker of the statement. I agree that there should be outrage. I agree that they should look into it. I also agree that Parliament must have an interest in the outcome of whatever investigations have occurred. Let me conclude, Mr. Speaker, by expressing my most sincere condolences to the families of the bereaved and to also express our disgust, our shame, and our utter embarrassment at the conduct
of our medical personnel. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, I want to congratulate you for setting the pace for a national discussion of this matter. This is a very important issue, and I totally agree with you that we should not just leave it at the level of the ministry or the Kolebu Hospital. This House should take keen interest in what happens. And so I'll direct our committee on health to take all the reports that will come from the ministry, the Kolebu Hospital, or wherever, and go deeply into it. We have to take control. We need to inquire further into the matter, and we need to hold people accountable. This is one of the needless deaths we have experienced in this country. At the end of the day, I will urge the House for us to legislate on the matter. We need to pass an emergency care law. Emergency care law on this matter. I know the conditions under which the health personnel operate, but I also know health personnel have handled accident cases, stabilized them in the bush, not in hospitals. Patriotic health workers have done that, and people have survived through that. So please, the few that are miscreants should not be allowed to at least carry the day. That's what has been happening. In fact, you just mentioned one. There are many examples of these needless deaths in this country. And the same people, when you see them working outside, their attitude is different, which means that there's something wrong here. And that is why I partly agree with the majority leader that we should set the agenda as political leaders. But I also recall one of our illustrious kings said that after the politicians are elected into office, they are held hostages by the same voters who elected them. And many of you are seated here playing that game, partisan politics. You can't see beyond your parties. And sometimes you forget that, as some have echoed, you could be the one. Please, so the chair of the Committee on Health, the ranking member, please carry your members along, work on this matter. At the end of the day, the minister responsible for health, together with the committee, will have to come before this House. Then we can take that opportunity to legislate on the matter and try to bring finality to these needless deaths in our country. With this, I thank all of you for your contribution. I'm told that we have another very critical statement coming from the Minister for Lands and Forestry. I would have loved to preside, but I have a team waiting for me. So I will call on the First Deputy Speaker to take the chair. If he's not available, the Second Deputy Speaker will take the chair, and then you can proceed with business. Yes, Majority Leader.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, you gave some directives to the Health Committee. Do you have timelines? A sense of urgency is important in these matters.
Very difficult, because I don't know the timelines of the earlier committee set up by the ministry and then also Kolebu. So it's very difficult for me to give timelines. That's why I want them to take control of it supervise whatever the situation. They will report back to us. Then we can take further, clearer directives on this matter. Yes, please.
Mr. Speaker, the fluctuation of time often kills matters in this country. We are outraged. A few days' time, State of the Nation address is presented, some major economic policy comes, then we move on. Mr. Speaker, I think that we must begin to inject a sense of urgency in our affairs. And so we must give each other timelines. So, Mr. Speaker, our timeline should dictate the pace at which the hospitals will move. It should dictate the pace at which the ministry should move. We must give them a timeline that we want the report within this period so that they will know how much pressure they should mount on all the others to finish their work. It's a very simple matter. The facts are obvious. I mean, it's not a complicated case. The facts are already known. They went to this hospital, they didn't attend to. They went to this other hospital, they didn't attend. They went to this other hospital, they didn't attend. What else is going to be investigated? Just the identity of the people who are responsible for receiving the patient, whether they were there, whether they met them, who they spoke to, and who misconducted himself. That's very basic. But the system has a way. When we set a committee to investigate, then they find a way of making sure that the matter dies at that level. By the time a report is ready, nobody's interested because people have moved on. It denies us an opportunity to fix the situation. So let's have a definite timeline, Mr. Speaker.
I think the First Deputy Speaker will take the chair and the House will have to give an indication as to the timeline. We don't dictate matters on this floor, we preside. And so if you draw our attention and we all prescribe the area, then the First Deputy Speaker will be clearer in giving a directive as to the timeline. I thank you for the opportunity. First Deputy Speaker to take the chair.
Yes. There's also a statement.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, yes. But yes, we hadn't concluded something.
Very well.
We had requested that the committee that is going to look into this unfortunate death should be given a timeline within which to present a report. And the issue came up that there are other committees looking into it. The government set up one. Kolebu is conducting its own investigations and etc. So we think that we should give them 2 weeks. We should give them 2 weeks to present a report to us. 2 weeks, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, the maker of the statement.
Speaker,
yes.
We first of all want to thank you for admitting the statement and against the tall list that was in existence. So we are grateful, and also to members who have spoken to the matter and putting it in context. But the call for timelines to be added, I think is in the right place. Because it is not a referral that is being made to an ad hoc committee as permitted by orders. The referral was made to an existing committee of this House. So we are not going to start from the scratch where we have to put together members of parliament or members to constitute a committee. So I would want to speak in agreement to the call by the leader of the House that a fortnight should be enough for us to bring closure on this matter. It's a matter that should have our utmost attention, and we should also demonstrate to the public that we are committed to addressing such matters when they come up. So the 2 weeks is good, and I am in total agreement.
Very well. Honourable members, I will stand on the existing directives to further direct the Committee on Health to look into the matter and report within 2 weeks.
Speaker, I just want clarity. Mr. Speaker's direction was that the committee in Parliament takes the reports from both Kolebu and the ministry and peruse it. We currently don't have any report from either Kolebu or the ministry. So what timeline are we setting? Because the committee in Parliament doesn't have any report to work with yet. So the leader is suggesting that we 2 weeks for them to get the report from either Kolebu or the ministry. So the direction is for the agency doing the how do you call it, the investigation to present the report to Parliament within 2 weeks, 3 weeks, okay.
What authority do we have to be directing that agency? What? 3 weeks. Very well. That is why I said I am standing on the existing directives to further direct the committee to report. Now is 3 weeks. So, Committee on Health, take note. Yes, the two leaders are up.
Speaker, I am a bit worried about the timelines and the angle raised by our former whip, rather calling for 3 weeks.
Well,
must we, leader?
Well, minority chief whip, you see, they are not going to start de novo. They will base it on whatever report that they are getting. So those people should be given some timeline within which to finish, and they will also work and then report to us. I so direct. Yes, I will now call on Honorable Emmanuel Ama Kofi-Boa to make a statement on Osagyefo Dr. Kwame Nkrumah.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, the name is Ama. It's not Ama.
Ama?
It's a big difference. Thank you, Honourable Speaker, for the opportunity to make a statement on the 60th anniversary of the overthrow of Osagyefo Dr. Kwame Nkrumah and his government.
Please go ahead. Honourable Minority Whip.
I was in leadership with him. He's my good friend.
Yes.
He wants to make a statement as a minister of the government policy. Yes, but you see, you cannot make statement without giving us copies. We don't have copies. You don't inform us. It's not right. You should give us copies. Speaker, at least, that is the practice. At least give us copies as leadership. If you give other members, give us copies. It's not that. I am not objecting to you making the statement. No. Minister, I'm not objecting. Give us copies. That's all I'm saying. Speaker, if it's your pleasure that you should do it without giving us copies, that's fine.
Well, let me resolve this with the leadership, then I'll come to you. Yes, leader.
Mr. Speaker, I'm making a copy available to him.
Very
Mr.
well.
Speaker, the entire front bench is depleted. The
Very
entire
well.
front bench of his side is depleted. Only one person is sitting there. So instead of 5 copies, I'll give him 1 copy. I'll give him 1 copy. So he has 1 copy. Mr. Speaker, this is also a commemorative statement. It's a commemorative statement. It's not a statement about his constituency or, it is to commemorate a particular event. And every year, we'll be making similar statements. Indeed, the statement that they made this morning, they didn't distribute copies to this site. It wasn't scheduled. It was not distributed. It was once he was sitting there that I requested, and he gave it to one of the clerks at table, and then they came and gave me a copy. So if you want to raise the issue of not being given a copy of the statement as a basis for raising some opposition, we will revisit your previous conduct. This morning, you made a statement without giving me a copy. So what are you talking about? Mr. Speaker, I think that you have admitted the statement. Let's proceed.
Yes. Yeah, I don't litigate. I'm a straightforward person. Now, Speaker, I'll invite you to Order 93. Order 93, and I'll read 7 and 8. Speaker, with your leave, the Speaker shall cause to be transmitted to the clerk statement admitted to be made on a particular day to be advertised on the order paper for the purpose of notice to members. The clerk shall make available to members copies of admitted statement. We can't be flouting our own rules. And majority that when you say that the leader did not give you a copy of the statement, it's not acceptable to me. You monkeys play by size. You guys should be talking. The two of you should be talking. If the two of you are not relating, this is what will happen.
You see,
I don't know the number of times. Can I just finish? I beg you, Speaker. Let me just finish.
Why are we doing this to
Speaker,
ourselves?
I'm not objecting. I will not. Amokofi Bua is my friend. He will do it. But I'm just saying that next time he should try at least give copies to us. That's all. Speaker, without adding more, we can permit him to make the statement.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think that this objection, I don't want to believe, is because it is a statement to celebrate the Osaje for Dr. Kwame Nkrumah. Mr. Speaker, because you see, we have been going. Can I finish? We have been going. With all due respect, we have been encouraging.
Honorable Soini. With all due respect,
Mr. Speaker,
you have the time to contribute to the statement.
I will, yes.
So please,
but that's not where I'm going.
Please,
Mr. Speaker,
I am pleading with you.
The statement.
I am pleading with you, Honorable Soini. I will therefore call on the maker of the statement, Honorable Emmanuel.
The statement is on the console. We are encouraging IT.
Honorable Emmanuel Ama, you have the floor. You have the floor.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. I rise with the heavy heart, yet with the spirit fortified with historical truths. And that's how fired up I am today to make this statement. Today, the 24th of February, 2026, marks 60 years since the most regrettable and darkest moment in our nation's history, the overthrow of the founder of modern Ghana, the man whose very blood mingles with the soil of my beloved constituency, Osajifo Dr. Kwame Nkrumah. 60 years ago, on February 24th, 1966, a dark cloud descended upon our young republic. What was termed at the time as Operation Cold Chop was in reality the assassination of the African dream. The verdict of history. For decades, the events of 24th February were all shrouded in the convenient narratives of the victors. But today, 60 years removed from that fateful day, the fog of propaganda has been lifted by the cold, hard light of the classified truth. Mr. Speaker, we must place on the permanent record of this House that what happened on that day was not merely a coup. It was an assassination of a dream, orchestrated by individuals who could not bear to see an independent, self-reliant, and powerful black star shining so brightly. Today we know from declassified records across the globe that what really happened was a well-coordinated plot timed to occur while our president was on a peace mission to Hanoi, seeking an end to the Vietnam War. It was a stab in the back delivered by those who saw Nkrumah's Ghana as a threat to their neo-colonial agenda. As confirmed by His Excellency the President recently, during the 68th Independence Day celebrations, and now supported by overwhelming documentary evidence from across the globe, the overthrow of Dr. Kwame Nkrumah was a coup inspired, engineered, and executed with the active complicity of external forces. The crime of Nkrumah was not mismanagement. It was his audacity to dream of a United States of Africa. An Africa that will control its own resources, threatening the grip of neocolonialism. Mr. Speaker, let us call it what it was, an act of international aggression against a sovereign African state. The coup did not just remove a man, it shattered the vision of an industrialized, self-reliant Ghana. It halted the construction of a nation that will process its own cocoa, refine its own oil, and manufacture its own goods. It plunged us into decades of political instability, backtracking on our progress we had made, setting back our attainment of nationhood by a generation. As we acknowledge the tragedy of the overthrow, we must, with equal vigor, reaffirm the unparalleled and singular role Kwame Nkrumah played during the birthing of this nation. There are those who, driven by political expediency or historical revisionism, may seek to diminish this legacy. Mr. Speaker, let no one be deceived. Kwame Nkrumah was not just a participant in Ghana's independence struggle. He was the architect, the driving force, and the strategic genius behind that movement. While we honor the contributions of all our forebears, and we must honor them for their contributions, the historical facts are unequivocal. It was Nkrumah who, upon his return from the US and UK in 1947, brought a radical energy to the politics of the Gold Coast. It was Nkrumah who founded the CPP, a mass political movement that mobilized not just the elite, but the ordinary people, the market women, the workers, and the youth. It was Nkrumah who coined the battle cry, self-government now, and organized the positive action campaigns of strikes and boycotts that made the colony ungovernable for the British. When he was imprisoned by the colonial authorities for his activism, it was Nkrumah's party that won the 1951 election, forcing the British to release him and invite him to lead government business. And it was Kwame Nkrumah who, on the night of the 6th of March, 1957, stood before the world and declared that the Ghanaian people were free forever. His vision did not stop at our borders. He understood that our freedom was meaningless unless it was linked up with the total liberation of the African continent. His legacy is etched into the very fabric of our nation. And we can think about it and reflect on it today. The Akosombo Dam that continue to light our homes. The Tema Harbor that anchors our trade. The Ghana Airways that connected us to the world. The secondary schools built across the nation, and the Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology, which remains a citadel of learning. Can we imagine modern Ghana without these foundational pillars? As I conclude, I'm reminded of the words of Osajifo Dr. Kwame Nkrumah. I am in the knowledge that death can never extinguish the torch which I have lit in Ghana and Africa. Long after I'm dead and gone, the light will continue to burn and burn aloft, giving light and guidance to all people. He lives on in the Akosombo Dam's turbines. He lives on in the minds of students of KNUST. He lives on in every Pan-African ideal we dare to speak. He lives on in the determination of all Ghanaians to finish the work he started. Let this 60th anniversary mark a turning point. Let us, as one people, finally agree on the important and indispensable role of Osagyefo Dr. Kwame Nkrumah in founding our country. Let's recommit to the ideals of self-reliance, Pan-African unity, and the industrial transformation that Kwame Nkrumah so tirelessly championed. May his soul continue to rest in perfect peace. Amen. And may the example of his life forever guide our path. God bless our homeland Ghana. Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker.
Honourable members, the floor is now open for comment on the statement. Yes, Honourable Abujinapo.
Finally, let's agree. One history, one people, one destiny.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the statement made by the MP for Elembele and the Minister for Lands and Natural Resources. Mr. Speaker, some weeks ago, when a similar statement was made in honor of Dr. J.B. Dankwa, Mr. Speaker, I made a point, and I want to repeat it here, which is that in celebrating the leaders, the historic leaders of our country, does not automatically, Mr. Speaker, translate into the condemnation of others. And Mr. Speaker, it is in that spirit that I want to commend and salute the Minister for making this statement, whilst I do not agree with the entirety of the content of the statement. Mr. Speaker, it is trite that Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, our first president, was and continues to be a historic leader of our country, and nobody in this country can challenge that. Mr. Speaker, secondly, I think it's also important that when we are interrogating the legacies and the achievements or the standing of our leaders, Mr. Speaker, we should be dispassionate. We should talk about their good sides, amplify them, and as much as possible, emulate them, and the aspects which are also not particularly desirable, as human as they were, we should acknowledge them. Mr. Speaker, I was particularly pleasantly intrigued when Prime Minister Margaret Thatcher passed and the British people were interrogating her legacy. There were a group of people who were celebrating her achievements. There were others who were demonstrating and indicating her flaws. Mr. Speaker, it is common knowledge that Dr. Nkrumah fought very much for the independence of our country. Indeed, Dr. Nkrumah was the man who led the positive action, who became the Prime Minister, who negotiated all through till Ghana became a republic. Mr. Speaker, the motion of destiny was moved in the Parliament by Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, and when he became president, when he became Prime Minister and President, like the maker of the statement rightly pointed out, he led an industrialization effort of our country. There are landmarks in our country which continue to stand in his name, which continue to benefit our country. The Akosomo Dam, Tema Motorway, and several other monumental installations. Mr. Speaker, I continue to be particularly inspired by Dr. Nkrumah's black consciousness and Pan-Africanism. Mr. Speaker, let's situate his efforts in the proper historical context. At the time Dr. Nkrumah led our country to independence and stood up for black consciousness and Pan-Africanism. Mr. Speaker, those times, that kind of standing was not popular, but he stood up. And if you follow his history, you follow his works, he indeed did it with extraordinary excellence, and that obviously should be celebrated. Mr. Speaker, the other thing that I believe we should mention about Dr. Nkrumah is the unity of our country. And I think the unity of our country today, to a very large extent, can be traced to Dr. Nkrumah's policy of the boarding system in our country, where he insisted that Ghanaians of all walks of life from all parts of Ghana should be in school with one another. And so you could find somebody from Greater Accra being posted to school in Northern Ghana, somebody from Northern Ghana being posted to Volta region. And that has stayed, and I think it's contributed immensely to the unity and harmony of our country. And so, Mr. Speaker, there are several examples I can give to attest to the extraordinary leadership of Dr. Kwame Nkrumah. In the same token, Mr. Speaker, it's also important for us to recognize that there were certain things that happened under Dr. Nkrumah's reign which should continue to guide us as a country. And Mr. Speaker, constitutional law experts of constitutionalism will tell you that if you take a country's constitution and you study it carefully, that constitution can tell you the history and aspirations of the country. And I cite, for example, the one-party state system, which has been expressly proscribed by Article 3 of our national constitution. And for a want of time, I will not read it verbatim. But Article 3 of our national constitution expressly proscribes, outlaws, bans any form of one-party state in Ghana. It is a direct response to the one-party state in the First Republic. We have to recognize that. Mr. Speaker, if we take Article 270 of our national constitution, Article 270 of our national constitution talks about the independence of the chieftaincy institution. That, again, is a direct response to the chieftaincy system which pertained in the First Republic of our country, where chiefs could be distilled and discaned and transferred across board. The framers of our national constitution deemed it necessary to expressly prescribe and ensure that the chieftaincy institution is independent. Mr. Speaker, if you look at, for example, the whole of Chapter 5 of our national constitution, specifically Article 14 of our national constitution, the right to fair trial and the need for one to be tried and convicted before they are detained, that again is a direct response to the Preventive Detention Act, in the First Republic. Mr. Speaker, it is evidence that Dr. Nkrumah, as great as he is, was not a perfect human being, was not a perfect leader. And so in discussing the first president of our country, it's important that we recognize all of this. But I want to conclude by indicating our friends are always very happy to associate themselves with Dr. Nkrumah. Dr. Nkrumah is not National Democratic Congress by any measure. Indeed, Dr. Nkrumah was brought into Ghana here by Pa Grant, one of the founding leaders of the UGCC, the foundation political party of the New Patriotic Party, after he was introduced by Akwaje and the rest. Mr. Speaker, and so when we discuss Dr. Nkrumah, it should not be looked through the lens of partisanship. Never should it be. Indeed, the BBC has recognized Dr. Nkrumah as the African of the century. All of us Ghanaians should be proud of that. And all of us Ghanaians should continue to celebrate our leaders, Dr. Nkrumah inclusive, and learn from their positive side and the sides that we have to take lessons out of. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, I want to commend the minister for making this statement, and I want to say that the House should today celebrate Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, the first president of our country, just as many countries celebrate their first president, like George Washington of the United States and many other places, and just as we should celebrate other leaders who also contributed to the establishment of our country and the development of our country. Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I thank you very much for the opportunity. Thank you.
The rules are clear. Let's operate within it. Yes, let me recognize Deputy Minister for Lands, and then I'll come to you.
Mr. Speaker, I'm very grateful for this opportunity. Mr. Speaker, first of all, let me thank the Minister for Lands and Natural Resources for this very important and historic statement he's made. Mr. Speaker, I've just listened to my younger brother, the MP for Damango, and I was wondering the constitution that he was making reference to. He was seriously making reference to the 1992 constitution. Meanwhile, the event that we are talking about happened not under this constitution. So I was a bit confused. It is important to situate his references to the constitutions that were in existence at the time of Kwame Nkrumah. I thought that we should make this correction. Again, a couple of weeks ago, my brother
also read a statement or contributed to the statement on J.B. Dankwa, but he failed to bring up the bar size of J.B. Dankwa. But he's very comfortable to say that there is a need for us to always look at the two sides. Meanwhile, when he was contributing to J.B. Dankwa's statement, he never saw anything wrong with J.B. Dankwa. And I believe that J.B. Dankwa is not a saint. But this is not the day for us to go into the bad aspects of J.B. Dankwa. I will not do that. The day will come when we will tell you the wrong and the bad aspects of J.B. Dankwa. I agree with you perfectly when you say that we eulogize our leaders. Let us tell their achievements and let us look at those achievements and emulate those achievements. That's exactly what we should be doing. And that is why this statement is very, very important. And I'm just going to touch about only 3 achievements of Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, the founder of the nation called Ghana. He is the founder and is established. Even primary school children are aware that the founder of the state called Ghana is Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, and that should be the record. That should be the record that nobody should attempt. Mr. Speaker, I was talking about the achievements of Kwame Nkrumah. I said I'm going to mention about only 3 or 4. One, I'm going to look at the educational and health achievements of Dr. Kwame Nkrumah. For some of us who are here today, our grandparents enjoyed free education. And that was the initiation of the late Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, especially those of us from the northern part of this country. Many of our grandfathers wouldn't have been educated, but for the fact that he was so generous enough that he gave us the opportunity to have free education. We have seen under some administration where some attempts were made to even take that away from us. We thank Dr. Kwame Nkrumah for that very important free education that he gave us. Like it was mentioned, very important educational institutions. The Kwame Nkrumah University of Ghana Science and Technology, Kwalebu Teaching School, the medical school, all these were some of the important landmarks that Dr. Kwame Nkrumah left behind us. Mr. Speaker, even as we speak, as a nation, we are struggling to maintain them. And so there's a need for us to continue to eulogize him. Again, when it comes to infrastructure, Mr. Speaker, the motorway that we are all proud of is associated to Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, a project that all of us will agree that it has no size in any part of this country. There's a need for us to eulogize him when it comes to this. Mr. Speaker, as if that was not enough, he connected the Tema motorway to the Tema Harbor. Can you ask yourself a question? If this harbor was not there, what would have been the fate of this country? If the Tema Harbor was not there, even our revenue generation would have been affected. Mr. Speaker, let me talk about the Akosombo Dam. The Akosombo Dam today,
member, conclude.
If not for the Akosombo Dam, would have been in bad business. Mr. Speaker, I cannot also end without talking about some industries that he has built. We have the likes of the Akosombo Dam, we have Gihok, we have pharmaceutical companies dotted everywhere. In fact, tomato factories were built in this country by Dr. Kwame Nkrumah. Today, we have our people traveling to Burkina Faso to go and import tomato. This was a visionary leader who created so many tomato farms everywhere, and to add value to it, he established so many factories. Today, as we speak, Mr. Speaker, there's no any single meat factory in this country. It took that visionary leader to establish meat processing factories in this country. And so if there's any leader who has achieved in terms of education, in terms of politics, in terms of health, in terms of infrastructure, none can be compared to him. With this, Mr. Speaker, I thank you. God bless you.
Yes, Honorable Tampoli.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the statement ably made by the Minister for Lands and Natural Resources and the gentleman representing the good people of Elembele. Mr. Speaker, I'm disappointed that we did not have the benefit of the prior, notice of the statement so that we could have contributed more meaningfully. That said, we still can make some valuable comments as far as the statement that we had is concerned. Osajefo Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, of blessed memory.
Honourable Member, the statement is on the council. What are you complaining about?
Very well, Mr. Speaker. I'm not sure I can read it now. So, Mr. Speaker, we are celebrating an illustrious son of Ghana. Not just Ghana, but of Africa. Mr. Speaker, sometime in 1999 and 2000, those days, I used to be an ardent listener of BBC from the 1995 thereabout all the way. And so I used to get all these snippets of information. And so I listened carefully when voter after voter called in to vote on who is the African personality of the century. And Mr. Speaker, at the end of it all of us felt very, very proud that in the face of the likes of Nelson Mandela and so on and so forth, Osajefo Dr. Kwame Nkrumah stood tall among his peers and those who were before him. Mr. Speaker, I am a beneficiary of the Northern Scholarship that was instituted by the Nkrumah regime. And Mr. Speaker, there were times that when I was in school that my colleagues from down south, especially around Kintampo, were asked to leave the school because they hadn't paid school fees. Mr. Speaker, it doesn't matter whether your parents could even afford. You were entitled to the free scholarship. And Mr. Speaker, all of us have to continue to thank, the generosity and the pioneering role that Osajefo Dr. Kwame Nkrumah played at the time. Mr. Speaker, there is a lot that we can talk about Osajefo Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, including the iconic Akosombo Dam, which currently still continues to generate over 1,000 megawatts of electricity capacity, and downstream we have the Pong Dam, 60 megawatts, and so on and so forth. So, Mr. Speaker, Osajefo Dr. Kwame Nkrumah stands out. And one of the things that my very good brother, honorable member for Damango, said was about the unity of this country. Mr. Speaker, in 1957, December 1957, a law was passed to proscribe political parties that were based on tribes, on ethnicity, on religion, and on sectional basis. And that is one of the things that has united this country and brought us together, not on the basis of which ethnic group that you belong to or which religious group that you belong to. So, Mr. Speaker, we need to continue to commend ourselves and to commend, the pioneers of this country for the role that they played and the foundation that they laid for all of us. Mr. Speaker, sometime in 1950, I believe in January 1950, Osajefo Dr. Kwame Nkrumah reportedly made a statement that the chiefs will run away and leave their sandals behind. There was a tension between Dr. Kwame Nkrumah and the traditional authorities in this country. Mr. Speaker, so when my brother, Honorable Abu Jinapor, makes reference to Article 270, he is making reference to a situation which currently pertains in Nigeria, that you can only become a chief, an emir, or an oba at the discretion of the state governor. So that the only way you can become a chief is to be recognized and given an appointment letter by a state governor. Mr. Speaker, what my brother was seeking to say is that in this country today, you are a chief on the basis of the definition of a chief under Article 277, which says that a chief is someone who, having hailed from the appropriate royal family has been installed and installed or installed, becomes the chief, and nothing about recognition of government. Mr. Speaker, when again we talk about today's multi-party democracy, we must have regard to 1964, when Ghana was declared one-party state. Mr. Speaker, if Ghana continued to be a one-party state, we will not be in this chamber representing different parties and celebrating our multiplicity. Mr. Speaker, some celebrated in this country in 1966 when the coup occurred, and justifiably so, because they felt the heavy arm of the government of the day came upon them, and there was no way that democracy could have continued under multi-party democracy.
Members, we want to take more contributions, so let's operate within the time frame.
Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, we will also recognize that he had his shortcomings just as any other human being, and we must put that on record. Mr. Speaker, I thank you very much for the opportunity.
Honourable members, we can take few more comments if you restrict ourselves to the mandatory 5 minutes stated in our order. So, yes, Honourable Minister for.
Mr. Speaker, let me join the Honorable Emmanuel Ama Kofi-Buah to honor the life and enduring legacy of Osajifo Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, a towering figure in Ghana's history, a giant and a colossus of African liberation. But Mr. Speaker, let me put it on record that Osajifo Dr. Kwame Nkrumah had a very healthy, a very cordial relationship with the chiefs. Indeed, they worked hand in hand, shoulder to shoulder, and closely. Of course, there were some few chiefs who did not share in the positive aspiration, the positive view of ensuring that we had an accelerated economic development as far as Ghana is concerned. Today is Nkrumah's day. Give it to him. If tomorrow is Dr. Buzia's day, we give it to him. If the next day it is His Excellency Flag Lieutenant Jerry John Rawlings' day, a man in whom I'm so proud of, we give it to him. But as for today, whether you like it or not, it's Kwame Nkrumah's day. And give it to him. This is not the day to try to look for faults about somebody whose contribution cannot be erased in the history or the annals of Ghana's history. So don't do that. But Mr. Speaker, there's a lot that we can learn from Osajifo Dr. Kwame Nkrumah. And Osajifo Dr. Kwame Nkrumah's vision as at yesterday is as relevant as it is today. And for me, that is what we should be looking at. Somebody talked about a one-party state. Newton's third law of motion states unequivocally that action and reaction are opposite and equal. But even as they are equal, one is more equal than the other. So when you go planting kulungungu bombs, when you go planting kulungungu bombs, Mr. Speaker, let me plead with those physicists who metamorphosed a day into lawyers, those physicists who metamorphosed in a day into lawyers, to allow those of us who are still in the science field to do the science. Mr. Speaker, because you said we shouldn't belabor the point, let me commend the Honorable Ama Kofi-Buah for bringing this very, very important topic to this floor. We share in this joy with him as the Member of Parliament for Sajifo's constituency. I know he's blazing the trail, and I will not be surprised if we have another Nkrumah from that constituency. On that note, Mr. Speaker, I thank you very much for indulging me. I'm grateful.
Honorable Minister, I am told the name is Ama, not Ama. This Ama.
Mr. Speaker, maybe it's a phonetics, but I was his deputy, so
no, I
should be able to pronounce
earlier.
his name well.
Yes, Honorable Obama.
Thank you very much.
Recognition to what is all about it. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to this statement made by my senior colleague, Honorable Amakofi Bua. Mr. Speaker, coming from the Western region as well, I think it is important for us to commemorate this day. But what are we actually commemorating? We are commemorating the unfortunate coup d'etat that led to Dr. Nkrumah's reign as President of the Republic. And so, unlike what my brother John Jinapo was trying to portray, as if today was Nkrumah's birthday, for which we are supposed to celebrate, it is important that we put into context the occasion that we are focusing upon. Mr. Speaker, in remembering Osajefo Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, I think we are all added to the fact that he contributed significantly to the development of this country. We've had different schools of thought that believe that if Dr. Nkrumah had continued to be in office as President of the Republic, so much could have been achieved, not only in Ghana, but as well in bringing Africa together as one. So that strong advocacy is there. But you cannot also take away the concerns of others who believe that in perpetuating Dr. Nkrumah's reign would also have crippled a segment of society who would not have had the opportunity to have the multi-party democracy that we so wish. And so these are very fundamental matters that we should be guided. But my biggest question is, 60 years down the line, what has happened to us as a country? We are enjoying the fourth republic of this particular country, meaning that we've had government truncated at the second republic, at the third republic, and now we are on the fourth republic. What lessons have we learned 60 years down the line? All the presidents that have come over the years, what have been their contributions as well to national development? We are singling out Dr. Nkrumah for the Temamoto Way, Akosombo Dam, amongst others. All the leaders that also came into this country, what has been their contribution? From Achampong, Operation Feed Yourself, we remember him. We remember Structural Adjustment Program under President Rawlings. We remember President Kufuor for National Health Insurance Scheme. Yes, HIPIC and National Health Insurance. Then you remember President Akufo-Addo for the free SHS. So leaders come and go. But today, in this parliament, the biggest question I want us to think about, what legacy are we also leaving as Ghanaians? This ninth parliament, if we take inspiration from Dr. Nkrumah, what are we doing to also support the promotion of this country? We have the mandate to pass bills. How well are we focusing in making sure that we become more detailed and thorough to pass bills that will last the test of time? And so in concluding, because of time, I believe that Mr. Speaker, Nkrumah has paid his dues. Dr. Nkrumah has served this country well, likewise others in this country. But we owe it a duty as a ninth parliament that we also contribute our quota, we become more diligent, we pass laws that will stand the test of time, so that future generations will also ask, when Mahama Yariga was the leader in the ninth parliament, what did he lead us to achieve? When Honorable Afenyo Makin Osahene was the minority leader, what did he lead us to achieve? When all of us collectively, we served in the ninth parliament, what did we contribute to national development? With that few words, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you for the opportunity given.
Yes, Honorable James Agaga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And let me thank the Honorable Kofi Amabua for the presentation of that eloquent statement, which is in memory of the overthrow of Osagyefo Dr. Kwame Nkrumah on this same day, 24 February 1966. Mr. Speaker, Kwame Nkrumah's contribution to literature as a sitting president is unparalleled. In fact, he chalked a feat that no sitting president has ever done. In fact, as sitting president, Nkrumah had 9 scholarly works to his credit. And in fact, most of his works came in the form of predictions. Let me start with his work, which is entitled Africa Must Unite. Mr. Speaker, in Africa Must Unite, Nkrumah talks about the balkanization of the African continent and the dangers associated with such balkanization. Mr. Speaker, after the overthrow of Nkrumah today, the balkanization of the continent is evident for all to see its harmful effects. Because we are not united, Mr. Speaker, today, Ghana can have a trade war with Nigeria. Because here in Ghana, we believe that traders, locals, indigenes, are the only ones who must be involved in the retail trade. If you go to Nigeria, the story is not any different. In fact, people who are of the same ethnic origins in most countries across borders are involved in border disputes. In fact, a few days ago, I heard that our Attorney General has decided to bring an action against Togo before the ITLOS for the proper delimitation of our maritime domain. It is all because of the balkanization of the African continent. And Nkrumah predicted about all those things. Mr. Speaker, in one of his works, Neocolonialism, that is the title, The Last Stages of Imperialism, Kwame Nkrumah again predicted that a time is coming. The colonial powers we had dislodged in our fight against colonialism would take over the continent if care was not taken. Today, Mr. Speaker, the giants of our time are back. In fact, mines are being taken over, railways are being taken over, airports are being seized by those giants, and you can name them. Nkrumah predicted all these things. Mr. Speaker, let me advert my mind to a point my colleague Abu Jinapo made. He said that Nkrumah had his bad sides as well as his good sides. And so when we are talking about Nkrumah, we should not only pontificate about the good things Kwame Nkrumah did. And he mentioned the declaration of Ghana as a one-party state, which was one of the things Nkrumah did, which was bad for our democratic experiment. But Mr. Speaker, what Honorable Abu Jinapo failed to tell us is that the exigencies of the time in the 1960s made it very compelling for Ghana to become a one-party state. Mr. Speaker, after Kwame Nkrumah had successfully routed all the political parties in successive elections, the political parties turned themselves into terrorist groups and were actually behind the Kulungungu bombings. In fact, before Ametepe's execution, he made startling confessions about the involvement of political bigwigs who pushed them to do what they did. So, Mr. Speaker, if you talk about one-party state, Nkrumah was not afraid of losing elections to any political party at the time. In fact, we had the NLM. The NLM preached the formation of a federal state. Their slogan was, Yati Ahun. Let's break away. In fact, when they realized that they couldn't defeat Nkrumah in elections, what was Asante at the time was declared a no-go area. And can you imagine, Mr. Speaker, that a sitting president could not even set foot in a part of this country? And so that is why groups like the NLM had to be disbanded. The exigencies of the time warranted it. Mr. Speaker, can we imagine that after that dastardly act at Kulungungu, the opposition at the time was still not satisfied. And so in '64, they pushed Ametepe to shoot Nkrumah at close range. If you were Kwame Nkrumah, what would you have done? What would have been your response? So the Preventive Detention Act was a direct response to the acts of terror which had been committed at the time. A leading political figure in this country, Obechebi Lamte, was convicted in absentia for plotting to kill Kwame Nkrumah. His base was Lomi. His base was Lomi, Mr. Speaker.
Lecture them.
And so you see that nothing was left of the opposition because the opposition had even turned themselves into terror organizations. That is why the one-party state was declared and institutionalized in our national constitution. Now, Mr. Speaker, we talk about Chapter 5 of the Constitution, which is a response to the lack of a Bill of Rights in the 1960 Constitution. Yes, there was no Bill of Rights.
Member, conclude.
Yes, so in conclusion, all I am seeking to do is to say is that Kwame Nkrumah was an astute leader. In fact, he was voted as the African of the Millennium in 1999 by a pro-Western media outlet, the BBC. And so when we are talking about Kwame Nkrumah, the least we can do is to say 1966, 24 February, was an inglorious moment. It was a tragic moment which should never have happened in the first place. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Leaders, we've done 3-3. Any indication? Yes, minority bench. Yes.
Speaker, I've gotten a signal from my colleague, the leader of the House, but I saw two gentlemen behind him up, and then I saw one behind me. So I would want to plead with him. Maybe we can just take 1-1 and close it up with leaders, if you don't mind. What do you think?
Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, I recall the agreement that has been reached at the conclave.
Yes. Mr. Speaker, let's keep to that commitment. So just leadership and then.
Speaker, with respect, let me first thank the maker of the statement for bringing this very important matter to the floor of the House. In fact, Mr. Speaker, I had a meeting to attend outside of this chamber, and I was signaled by my respected colleague that the statement on the overthrow of Nkrumah will be read by him. And it is his desire that I stay behind to add a voice to it. Mr. Speaker, upon a careful look at the document before us, it is titled, quote, Parliamentary Statement on the 60th anniversary of the overthrow of Osajifo Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, end of quote. So this statement in itself is not celebrating the work of Dr. Kwame Nkrumah. It is, however, recollecting the overthrow and telling us that it's been 60 years since the man was overthrown. Mr. Speaker, I'm very uncomfortable talking about coup d'etats because the 1966 coup d'etat is not the only coup d'etat this country has witnessed. We have witnessed other coup d'etats. We are also aware that through a coup d'etat that brought a government into being, eventually that government that came into being is that which birthed this Fourth Republic Constitution. And that has made it possible for us to be in this chamber today to be involved in a national discourse. But Mr. Speaker, I was particularly struck and I must say curiously struck by some comments that came to this floor coming from no less a person than my own very senior at the bar, Honorable Agalga. In his comment, he sought to justify the enactment of the PDA, the Preventive Detention Act, and made his own assessment. Mr. Speaker, some of the statements he made involve personalities who also have families, have children and grandchildren. What is good for the goose is good for the gander. I do not want to repeat some of the things he said. But if the children, the grandchildren of these individuals whose names were mentioned a while ago on serious allegations that have not been substantiated in any public records are to take up these issues, then what it means is that we'll be in a vicious cycle of allegations and counter-allegations, accusations and counter-accusations. Mr. Speaker, I would want to acknowledge the content of Honorable Ama Kofi-Buah's statement, which is to the effect that Nkrumah led a government that took us on a path of industrialization. That is a fact that no one can deny. Mr. Speaker, to the extent that he outlined certain achievements of the Nkrumah government, this side of the House, a minority, can only associate with that because, Mr. Speaker, obviously, if a government has come into being, has led a path to industrialization, every right-thinking Ghanaian must acknowledge that achievement, whether you disagree with his political philosophy or not. But it is equally important that the Second Republic, which ushered in for the first time our political tradition, undertook a major decentralization program, which laid the foundation for the current decentralization that we have enshrined in our constitution, and the record will bear me out. Again, the private sector initiative, where Ghanaian citizens were encouraged to get into private sector, to do business, also began actively in the Second Republic. No doubt when Achimpong took over the reins of governance after his coup, he initiated this Operation Feed Yourself, Feed Your Industry. But all of that took root from the Busia initiative under the Second Republic. And Mr. Speaker, recently we know what we've achieved under J.A. Kufuor's Golden Age for Business, the health insurance policy, and without doubt by far the free SHS, which we all know has come to help transform our country by way of investing in human capital. Mr. Speaker, in this talking about the history of our country, we must present it in a united form, and it shouldn't be a kind of history that everybody will have his version, and in the end, that history will divide this house. No. We must be measured and rely on historical fact if we mean to talk about history. And you realize that no matter which part we all take, if we are dealing with a fact, we would all congregate at one point. Mr. Speaker, that I think we should bear that in mind. Mr. Speaker, I would want to state that although our leader, the first president, led the independence of this country, but that effort was collective. From the UGCC that acknowledged and recognized his work in Manchester as part of his activism in nationalist movement and paid for his ticket to come to Ghana, to the chiefs, to the veterans, to the ordinary citizens of the Gold Coast who took up nationalist activism, and eventually Nkrumah, using his mass mobilization and organization skills to take advantage for the benefit of his party. Mr. Speaker, we cannot take these ones away. Mr. Speaker, the role of the Big Six in the UGCC, of which Nkrumah himself was a member, must not also be discounted. And I'm saying that we must reflect a history that embraces diversity. Mr. Speaker, anything that seeks to diminish or bring down or whittle down the diversity of our nation should be something that none of us must celebrate. It is clear, Mr. Speaker, from the historical fact that aspects of the CPP administration did not embrace pluralism and diversity. And I can argue this any day. So the argument from Honorable Agaga that certain political parties could not put themselves together, and therefore His Excellency the President Kwame Nkrumah, as he then was, had no choice than to enact in the Constitution a one-party system. Mr. Speaker, that is a very rich statement coming from a learned colleague, and I think that it must not be encouraged. Mr. Speaker, we must be proud of our respective political traditions. Honorable Kofi Boah, who made a statement this afternoon, today does not belong to CPP. He finds himself with the NDC that traces its roots to Flight Lieutenant Jerry Rawlings, who had his own ideology, which ideology, Mr. Speaker, with a tradition that has a blend of Nkrumahism and some other ideologies. But there is nothing wrong in moving to tell your story. But in telling your story, care must be taken not to condemn others. So, Mr. Speaker, I support him if he wants to tell a story, but the story must not be told at the expense of the tradition that I belong, the center-right ideology that believes in free enterprise, that believes in free speech, that believes in constitutionalism, that believes in the rule of law, that believes that opportunity must be given to all Ghanaians. There must be pluralism in society. That is the tradition I belong to, which I am proud of. Tell your story, let me tell my story. Mr. Speaker, there must be some lessons to be learned. I've already said, and at the risk of being repetitive, I want to say Nkrumah's industrialization effort must be commended and acknowledged. The Akosombo Dam, the continental leadership he provided. Mr. Speaker, in history, no leader has provided such continental leadership as that which we witnessed under Nkrumah, and I will not whittle this down. And in fact, it's that continental leadership role Nkrumah provided that saw Ghana being propelled in the international space by other leaders that followed. We saw what President Rawlings did. We saw what J.A. Kufuor did. We saw what Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo did. To the extent that Ghana is well placed for its citizens to play important roles when it comes to international diplomacy. Mr. Speaker, that I give it to President Nkrumah, and that record must reflect. Mr. Speaker, excesses must be discussed. Mr. Speaker, for instance, in today's history, it is a fact that it is during NDC's time that the Chief Justice was removed. Nobody can take it away. And no matter how we color it, it has become part of the records of the government. And any student, any objective student of history will see that as part of the excesses of the government. Mr. Speaker, that we must acknowledge. And that is the reason why I'm saying that the PDA must not be justified by anybody in this chamber. The PDA must be acknowledged as one of the excesses of the Nkrumah administration. The Nkrumah administration also labeled its policies in a manner that over-concentrated power. And Mr. Speaker, concentration of power, as the maxim goes, that power corrupts and absolute power corrupts absolutely. Mr. Speaker, the Nkrumah CPP government created a centralized system that in itself disallowed pluralism, disallowed diversity, disallowed different shades of opinion. And this is part of the record. It is no wrong pointing this out, and I hereby reaffirm that. However, Mr. Speaker, we must ensure that this democracy we have today in Ghana must endure. We have to ensure that with all the lessons learned from the Nkrumah era and some of the excesses, we who have the opportunity of history will do the right thing and ensure that we can accommodate one another. Fortunately for us, under this fourth Republican dispensation, the two main political parties that have been running government have had the opportunity to also be in opposition. So it's a lesson to those of you in government today. If outside we made some mistakes yesterday, find a space, a place in your heart to overcome whatever excesses that you think came from us last 8 years. However, to end that vicious cycle, yours is to lay a new foundation upon which the future will remember you, of tolerance. The you do me, I do you must end. A situation where when a new government is coming into office, businessmen are afraid. A situation where Ghanaian businesses suffer when there's a change in government, rather foreign businesses expand, grow, and get new opportunities. We need to look at all of that. Mr. Speaker, the youth unemployment situation is something that calls for action, and I will not belabor, because, Mr. Speaker, whilst we are unemployment is key. So whilst we talk about Nkrumah's overthrow, it is important that we as a house, particularly those of us on this side of the house, ensure that we engage in proper scrutiny that would make you, those of you in government, to sit up in ensuring that promises you made are fulfilled. Policies are enacted in a manner that will create jobs, like the 24-hour economy. You said 1 job, 3 shifts.
Honorable Leader,
yes,
kindly conclude.
I'm rounding up, Mr. Speaker. I'm on my last note. So give me a minute. I will land for you, Mr. Speaker. Like the issue of the cocoa producer price, we have a duty, and it's a duty sine qua non. Mr. Speaker, we have a duty as a minority to point out to you how wrong such a decision is. That you promise the cocoa farmer that when you come into office, you will increase producer price to 6,000, but when you come, you reduce it. Mr. Speaker, this is something that it can only take democracy for the minority to air its views. If it's a one-party state, minority cannot speak. There will be no minority. And you may not even know that you are doing something wrong. You take the people for granted. But at least when we took you on, you started paying the cocoa farmers. But it's not enough. Like, for instance, during the SONA, we expect that Mr. President will announce a reversal of that decision. Mr. Speaker, it's not enough to pay the cocoa farmers. What we want is that you restore the cocoa farmer to his original state. Mr. Speaker, I shall conclude, Mr. Speaker. I shall conclude by submitting that, one, our country's history is bigger than one individual. Talking about who is a founder and who are the founders are particularly, to me, very immaterial and inconsequential. What matters is to acknowledge the fact that a collective effort was made, but there was a leader. Mr. Speaker, we on this side of this house always will welcome issues that would come up, especially when such issues deal with the history of our country, because we are committed to defending a constitutional order that guarantees freedom, multi-party democracy, and accountability. We don't want statements that will seek to justify a one-party state. No, we will be bringing back unhealthy memories. And Mr. Speaker, I hold a view, finally, that honoring Nkrumah as an individual means strengthening institutions, expanding opportunities, and safeguarding liberty for future generations. Because, Mr. Speaker, you'll be talking about the good and the bad. You'll be talking about a man who laid down his life alongside others for our country. Our youth needs somebody to inspire them. So it's not about seeing everything wrong with the CPP and Kwame Nkrumah. Mr. Speaker, in this country, we don't celebrate patriotism. We don't. We have overpolarized everything.
Honourable Minority Leader,
and Mr. Speaker,
you say I'm a man of the rules, you are a man of the prudence.
Very well, Mr. Speaker, that is so.
Look at what is happening.
Mr. Speaker, it is therefore important.
If you know the right thing, but you don't do it.
I'm having my last word. It is therefore important that we take every step in giving historical account to ensure that we live as a united country rather than a polarized society. Mr. Speaker, that's it. I will resume my seat without more, and thank you for the treasure space.
Majority Leader.
I will yield to Honorable Sweeney.
Yes, Honorable Sweeney.
Right. Speaker, from all indications, it looks like I was right when earlier Honorable Anodompreh needlessly interjected in the attempt by the Honorable Kofi Ama to present this statement. My indication was that it was my hope that his interjections were not based on the fact that the statement was to celebrate Ghana's favorite, Ghana's founder, Osagyefo Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, the one and only. Mr. Speaker, clearly the contributions from their side seem to indicate clearly that they are apprehensive and uncomfortable every time the name Osagyefo Dr. Kwame Nkrumah is mentioned. Mr. Speaker, it is therefore not surprising that today, if you Google Ghana's Day of Shame, that phrase is synonymous with the overthrow of Dr. Kwame Nkrumah. It has come to be accepted worldwide that indeed 24 February 1966 was and still remains Ghana's Day of Shame. Mr. Speaker, on a day like this, I miss my dear brother, Honorable Ibrahim Mutala, the former member of Parliament for Tamale Central, because I believe, Mr. Speaker, that on a day like this, when the Big Six was mentioned, he would have reminded them that during the 1948 riots, 5 of the Big Six that got arrested denied Osagyefo Dr. Kwame Nkrumah and denied their involvement in the rioting. Mr. Speaker, I am sure that he would have reminded them of the bomb-throwing history that they so much hate to hear. But may his soul rest in perfect peace. Mr. Speaker, you hear our colleagues on the other side talk about the need for us to celebrate our leaders but recognize their failings, their human failings. Mr. Speaker, you don't hear that. When they make statements on Buzia, when they make statements on Dankwa, JB Dankwa, they don't take their own advice that we must recognize human failings when they make statements to celebrate them. Mr. Speaker, we must be very consistent in our arguments, and we must show, equity. When we demand equity, we must come with clean hands. Mr. Speaker, for example, you hear comparisons of structural adjustment to, what did he say? My colleague over there. Oh, when you talk about Rawlings, it's structural adjustment. But when you talk about Kufuor, it's not HIPIC, but it's National Health Insurance. Please, compare National Health Insurance to rural electrification and compare structural adjustment to HIPIC, and then you will be considered objective and fair. Mr. Speaker, when you talk about the removal of an EC, a Chief Justice, don't forget about the removal of an Electoral Commission chair. That is how you are consistent and you are respected. But when you choose and pick and you are selective and yet you pontificate how your side is rather the best, you become a laughingstock of those who know the history and know the facts and know these issues. Mr. Speaker, for me, because we do not have much time, even what Dr. Kwame Nkrumah did in the area of infrastructure is not as important and significant as the awareness that his leadership created, the consciousness that his leadership created in not just the Ghanaian, but the African. Mr. Speaker, when you talk of the Ghana Airways, it was not just about an airport and an airline and pilots. It was about the dignity of the African and how even black people all over the world associated with that success and celebrated it. When you talk of the Black Star Line, it was not just a ship sailing on high seas. It was what it represented, the dignity, the self-awareness, the consciousness that the African can indeed manage his own affairs. Mr. Speaker, when you talk of the motorway, which was one of the first to be constructed in the world, even before Britain did their own motorway, Mr. Speaker, it tells you that it was not just brick and mortar. It was about the consciousness. Mr. Speaker, I am therefore very, very happy today that as we mark Ghana's Day of Shame, our international airport that receives visitors no longer carries the name of the person who overthrew this greatest son of Africa. I am happy that today our international airport is known as the Accra International Airport, and no more that name. I am happy that today we are not celebrating the one who created that dark day. Mr. Speaker, let us, however, not ignore the contributions that other leaders have made since that overthrow. Indeed, especially as we started the fourth Republican Constitution. Mr. Speaker, it is not safe for us in highlighting our failings to forget to acknowledge the successes and the advancements that we are making in various fields. Because when we don't acknowledge these achievements and little successes that we are chalking under the Fourth Republic, we put that Fourth Republican democracy at risk. Mr. Speaker, today I listened to a number of radio stations, and in celebrating Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, it was almost as if after Nkrumah, nothing good has happened to this country again. Mr. Speaker, indeed it is true that that day remains the darkest day in our history. It is true that if Dr. Kwame Nkrumah was not overthrown in the manner that he was overthrown at the time that he was overthrown, we could have been better off. But, Mr. Speaker, it is not the case that we cannot pick the pieces and do better from now onwards. But let us remember that indeed, fighting against the celebration of Dr. Kwame Nkrumah is like kicking against a stone. It is only your feet that will get injured. I thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, before asking for any indication, the statement that Honourable Anodombre made needless interjection is hereby ordered to be expunged from the record. Yes. Any indication? Yes, any indication?
Mr. Speaker, we'll turn to item 7, questions. The minister has been here since morning.
Are you aware there is other paper addendum?
No, the original order paper.
Are you aware there is other
Mr.
paper
Speaker.
addendum?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker. Yes, but
That
when
is why I'm
you,
asking
before
the
you,
whip whether
you say
he is
something
aware
to the
there is
Speaker,
other paper
you
addendum.
confront. You don't just get up and make applications. What I'm saying is that you normally would have to consult. You don't just make an application. That's a practice here. You know.
Yes, Majority Leader, please indicate the business we should take. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I want us to vary the order of business so that we can have order paper addendum, item 1. That is the presentation of papers. That is the proposed formula for disbursement of the Ghana Education Trust Fund for the year 2026.
Yes.
And then
Minority.
also, yeah.
The application is to vary the order of business we take. Item 1 on the order paper addendum.
But, Mr. Speaker, the majority leader must give indication that after laying the paper, we are coming back to answer for the questions on the works and housing. Now, we don't have any difficulty on that, so he can go ahead and lay it.
Public business, item numbered 1, starting with 1A, by the Minister for Education.
Mr. Speaker, I want to request your permission for the Deputy Minister to lay it. We all know that the Minister is unavoidably absent.
Yes, the application is for the Deputy Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we have no difficulty. The Deputy Minister, who is the President of the Dog Meat Eaters Association, is my good friend, so he can lay it on behalf of the Minister.
Well, I am aware you are the Vice President. Yes.
Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Deputy
Mr.
Minister.
Speaker, the record must not bear this. I'm a Muslim and I don't eat dog meat. Mr. Speaker, so for that matter, I think that one is a very expensive joke.
So, if you are Muslim, but you don't eat dog meat, how did you see the President eat dog meat?
Mr. Speaker, he told me that he is the President of the Dog Meat Eaters Association. And he said even the global president. So, but Mr. Speaker, that's what I know him to be.
Well, it's a good meat. It's a very good meat. Yes, Honorable Deputy Minister.
Proposed formula for the disbursement of the Ghana Education Trust Fund for the year 2026.
Honourable members, the formula for the disbursement of the Ghana Education Trust Fund for the year 2026 has been duly presented, and it is for distribution to honourable members. Yes, do we take the B?
No, Mr. Speaker, we cannot take.
The B should be after.
Yeah, the B should be after. So
Very
we cannot
well.
take that now.
Very well.
Yeah. So we can go back to questions, take a few questions, and then we'll start with the bills. Our original plan was to have taken the bills, but we've been overtaken by circumstances. The two statements have really taken much of our time. We had assembled the Minister for National Security, response for national security, here since 2 p.m. with a view that we will take a few clauses of the bill. But I plead with you that you will bear with us so that we can take some questions for the Minister for Works and Housing, and then we'll come back to the bills.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, Majority Leader, with respect, I think we need to prioritize the bills that we are looking at. We have the legal education bill that we are still looking at. We are around clause 50. We still have about 35 clauses. I don't see the agency in the national security bill. So we don't need to rush that national security bill for now. Let's leave it. Let's finish that bill before we come and start with the national security bill. So after the questions, let's go to the legal thing. Let's get it done. Or else we touch here small, touch here small. It doesn't make our work very effective. You are confusing members, Majority Leader.
Honourable members, we have 10 questions slated for the Minister. Are we taking all the 10? And looking at the time, still coming back to the bill because it's now 5:36.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, if we decide not to engage in follow-up questions, maybe the questioner, if there's something that he really needs explanation for, she needs explanation for, they can ask. But if others can be stopped from asking follow-up questions, we can take all the questions.
Very well. Item numbered 7. Questions. I'll call on the Minister for Works and Housing and Water Resources to take the designated seat. Whilst I call on the member questioners to pose their respective questions. First question on the order paper is question number 318, standing in the name of Honorable Gloria Owusu, MP for Trobu. You have the floor. Yes.
Honorable Speaker, I'd like to seek your leave and coming under Order 883 to ask the question on behalf of Honorable Gloria Owusu, who has given me the permission to do that on her behalf.
Well, I don't grant permission. My leave is not pursuant to permission, so kindly resume your seat. I'll move to question number 369.
Mr. Speaker, I'm seeking your leave with authority from the Honorable Member.
Yes, it's about time for members to use the procedural language. Yes, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to ask the Minister for Works and Housing and Water Resources the measures being taken to complete all outstanding drainage works in the Trobo constituency to avoid loss of lives and property when it rains.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my ministry is concerned about flooding in the Trobo Amasaman constituency within the Gan West Municipal Assembly, which threatens lives, livelihoods, and property. Flooding in the municipality is primarily caused by unauthorized structures built on waterways and by encroachment into wetlands and natural water holding areas. The ministry is fully aware of the critical importance of these challenges to the municipalities' water bodies and their impact on flood control and environmental management. The Ghana Hydrological Authority, under the Ministry of Works, Housing and Water Resources, undertook the silting works under the 2020 and 2023 National Flood Control Program, notably in Amasaman Railway, Fase, Pokwasi Afiama, Insachi River, and the Torpedo Guest House area in 2024. These projects have substantially enhanced capacity, facilitated unrestricted flow, and accommodated a significant volume of stormwater during heavy rainfall episodes. This initiative is part of a comprehensive strategy to strengthen the hydrological resilience of flood-prone areas nationwide. Furthermore, Hydro has undertaken extensive drainage studies to develop effective flood mitigation strategies tailored to local hydrological and environmental conditions. The objective is to improve the planning, design, operation, and maintenance of stormwater drainage systems nationwide, with particular emphasis on the Greater Accra region. As a result of these studies, a storm drain was constructed at Munsi along the Ofanko Highway last year. Mr. Speaker, to address this issue sustainably, we have prioritized the development and implementation of catchment-based drainage master plans for major cities and rapidly growing towns. These plans account for the comprehensive hydrological and hydraulic behavior of river basins and urban catchments to guide appropriate drainage alignments, designs, and outfall management. Secondly, based on these plans, the ministry, through Hydro and other stakeholders, will incorporate both engineered and nature-based solutions into urban drainage designs. For example, the construction of retention and detention ponds is being prioritized. These ponds temporarily store stormwater, reducing peak flows before controlled release downstream, thereby preventing direct high-volume discharge into rivers and lagoons during storms. In addition, green infrastructure solutions, including bioretention swales, infiltration trenches, and constructed wetlands, will be integrated into drainage projects to treat and attenuate stormwater before it enters natural water bodies, thereby promoting groundwater recharge and reducing pollutant loads. Mr. Speaker, in addition to these physical interventions, we have enhanced our focus on solid waste management and pollution control within drainage channels. Silt traps, screens, and waste retention chambers will now be standard features in our new drain designs, strategically installed to intercept waste before it clogs main channels or enters sensitive rivers and lagoons. Complementing this effort, we are increasing public awareness and local enforcement to address indiscriminate waste disposal, a primary cause of drainage blockages and flooding. Furthermore, the ministry is preparing a legislative instrument aimed at operationalizing specific provisions in the Ghana Hydrological Authority Act 2022. The enforcement of these provisions, among other measures, is expected to facilitate drainage easements and safeguard waterway buffers from encroachment. Mr. Speaker, it is important to note that the ministry has provided for a number of drainage interventions in the National Flood Control Program for the Ghana West municipality, subject to the release of funds from the Ministry of Finance. Mr. Speaker, I wish to assure Honorable Gloria Owusu and this esteemed House that my ministry is focused on putting in place the requisite measures to ensure that all drainage works in the Ghana West municipality, particularly the Trobu constituency, are completed according to design and in a sustainable manner. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Member, any supplementary question?
Thank you to the Honourable Minister. No supplementary question.
We then move to question number 369, standing in the name of Michael Ochri Befi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to ask the Minister for Works, Housing and Water Resources the specific nature and purpose of the ongoing works by the Ghana Water Company Limited, which has deteriorated the asphalted Koforidua Township roads constructed by the previous government. Thank you.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the ongoing works by Ghana Water Limited in the Koforidua Township primarily consist of emergency repairs to the existing water distribution pipeline infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, before the commencement of construction and asphalt laying of the Koforidua Township roads, no arrangements were made to relocate underground water pipelines in accordance with standard practices. Consequently, a 300mm diameter asbestos concrete pipeline located beneath the newly constructed roadway is experiencing frequent bursts due to its obsolete condition and the effects of heavy vehicular loads. This has required repeated excavation of the asphalt surface to assess and repair the damaged pipeline segments. Mr. Speaker, the purpose of the ongoing work is to perform critical maintenance and repairs on the pipeline to restore water supply to affected communities. This intervention is intended to prevent potential health and environmental hazards from prolonged leaks along the pipeline. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry is aware of the impact these repair works have on the integrity of the road. Ghana Water Limited is taking the necessary steps to engage the relevant road authorities to agree on modalities to prevent the need to excavate road surfaces after construction, including the eventual relocation of the pipeline infrastructure from the middle of the road. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Any supplementary question?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to find out from the Minister, in the event where these works that they are doing affect private facilities, private dwelling house of private citizens of New Jabin South, for that matter, Koforidua, is there any compensation or somehow that will be provided for the owners of these facilities?
Please file a specific question.
Mr. Speaker, with all due respect, I'm talking, just a follow-up to the question I asked. You know, I was only asking about the main roads, but sometimes it affects private facilities that are very close to the main road. That's why I
look at your question in relation to Standing Order 89.
Thank you very much. I'm guided, sir. Thanks.
Yes, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like to find out from the Minister, the households that has been cut off because of these constructions, what's the interim measures for these households to be connected to the Ghana Water Limited for the supply of water?
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Right after the works is completed, the households will start getting water. Thank you.
Yes. Mr. Speaker, can the Minister be kind enough to give us some timelines? Thank you.
Minister, any timeline?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The work is ongoing. I have to cross-check and be sure with the timelines. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Yes, we move to question number 388, standing in the name of Honorable Maxwell Kwame Lukuta.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to ask the Minister for Works, Housing and Water Resources the current state of the Agodome Water Expansion Project in the South Tongue constituency, which is expected to supply water to other parts of the country and Togo.
Honourable members, before calling on the Minister, I will ask the Second Deputy to take the chair. Before then, let me say that the formula is rather referred to the Committee of the Whole for consideration and report. Yes, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Ministry of Works, Housing and Water Resources is currently engaged in the rehabilitation and expansion of the Keta Water Supply Project. This initiative aims to ensure the sustainable provision of potable water to regions and communities within the Southern Volta Enclave. It involves rehabilitating the existing water supply infrastructure to restore its original capacity and constructing a new water treatment plant with a capacity of 35,000 cubic meters per day in Agodome. The contractor, MS Lexico Infrastructure, is presently carrying out on-site work, though at a notably slower rate due to the non-payment of contractors' IPCs since 2022, which is as a result of the Ministry of Finance Debt Restructuring Efforts Program. As of December 2025, the project had achieved 72% completion. Mr. Speaker, upon completion, the project is expected to enhance the water supply to Sugakope, Dabala, Agodome, Wuti, Tegbi, Angloga, Keta, and the surrounding communities. Mr. Speaker, regarding the water supply to Togo, the Ministry intends to advance this initiative through the Sugakope Lome Water Supply Project. The technical visibility study, supported by the African Development Bank, has been finalized. The remaining responsibilities include the completion of pertinent documentation, specifically the intergovernmental agreement between the governments of Ghana and Togo, and the public-private partnership feasibility model to be adopted for the implementation of the project. Mr. Speaker, upon completion, the project will enhance the water supply for communities including Abo, Agozome, Akache, Denu, Aflao, and Lome. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Honorable Lukuto, any supplementary question?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. May I know from the Minister what immediate plans there are to pay Lexico to complete this project, and how soon will he be expected to complete same?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, currently the Ministry is engaging the Ministry of Finance to clear the outstanding IPCs, and I'm sure when the IPCs are cleared, latest by end of 2027, the project will be completed. Thank you.
Very well. Yes, any further questions?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Will the Minister and the Ministry be kind enough to add the second phase of the project, which involves laying additional 10 inches or 12 inches pipes to the Sugakope Township, to the existing project of Lexico, since the pipes are already on site at Agodome, to relieve the people of the district of the dire need of potable water?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The point is well noted. I'll discuss with the engineers if it could be done. If it could be done, definitely we would do it. Thank you.
Very well. Honourable members, I believe this is a constituency-specific question, so we move to question 441, and the question stands in the name of Honourable Member for Bekwai, Honourable Ralph Pukwedise. Honourable, you have the floor now.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Works, Housing and Water Resources what concrete plans are being implemented to attract private sector participation in housing delivery, including partnership with Ghana Real Estate Developers Association, GREDA, to address the housing needs of low and middle income earners. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Respectfully, Honourable Minister. Honourable, may you put off your mic? Okay, good. Yes, Minister. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the government's current policy on affordable housing aims to reduce housing costs to the bare minimum, with a particular focus on addressing the needs of low to middle income households. The policy recognizes the pivotal role of the private sector in accelerating housing delivery nationwide. Mr. Speaker, the strategy is based on a public-private partnership framework under which the government provides land and critical horizontal infrastructure such as roads, drainage systems, electricity, water, and social amenities. Concurrently, private developers, particularly members of the Ghana Real Estate Developers Association, are contracted to develop the vertical structures, namely housing units. To facilitate the offtake of these units, the Ministry collaborates with organized labor unions and associations, connecting them directly with developers. This partnership aims to lower housing costs, making homes more affordable and accessible for most Ghanaians. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Works, Housing and Water Resources upholds an inclusive approach by maintaining an open-door policy and actively engaging with the private sector, including GREDA. This collaboration aims to explore innovative, sustainable, and mutually beneficial partnerships that will enhance housing delivery and substantially reduce the national housing deficit. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Honourable Pukwedise, any supplementary question?
Mr. Speaker, given the fact that today we are challenged with time, I won't ask any follow-up questions. I will end up here. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. So I'll move to question 505. Question 505. And the question stands in the name of Honourable Member for Tema Central, Honourable Charles Forson. Honourable, you may take the floor now.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Works, Housing and Water Resources the underlying reasons why water does not flow through our taps within the constituency in continuum. Thank you.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Works, Housing and Water Resources, through Ghana Water Company Limited, continues to ensure that all parts of the Tema metropolitan area, including the Tema Central constituency, receive a regular, safe, potable water supply. The Tema Central constituency is supplied with treated water from the Pong Water Treatment Plant through a 1,050 millimeter diameter transmission main to the Tema Booster Station, from where water is distributed to consumers within the constituency and adjoining communities. Mr. Speaker, to ensure equitable distribution of the available treated water, Ghana Water Limited implements an existing water demand management plan. Under this plan, Supply is systematically scheduled to ensure all customers receive water within each supply cycle. As part of this plan, water flows regularly to the Tema Central constituency on Mondays, Tuesdays, and Wednesdays each week. On other days, water is routed to serve neighboring zones within the Tema distribution area to ensure balanced service for all consumers. Mr. Speaker, to address the situation in the long term, the Ministry of Works, Housing and Water Resources is considering implementing the Pond Water Supply Expansion Project Phase 2 and the Aveime Water Supply Project. These interventions, when completed, will increase water production to meet future demand projections. Ghana Water Limited, through the ministry, is currently engaging some investors who have expressed interest in developing the projects with funding from donor partners. Mr. Speaker, the intermittent water flow in the Tema Central constituency is attributable not to a shortage or crisis, but to a regulated operational strategy designed to ensure equitable water supply distribution in accordance with an established demand management schedule. However, unforeseen operational issues such as power outages and significant pipeline bursts occasionally disrupt the water management program, resulting in deviations from the planned rationing schedule. Mr. Speaker, the government remains committed to improving water transmission infrastructure to ensure an uninterrupted water supply in the medium to long term. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Forson, any supplementary question?
No, thank you. I will discuss other matters with him backstage. Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, we return to question 506. 506. And it is in the name of a member for Botiano English Yaman from Honorable Felix Akwete Okle. Yes, Honorable. Yes, you have the floor now.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Works, Housing and Water Resources the measures being taken to construct all outstanding drainages in Botiano English Amanfro constituency. Thank you.
Respectfully, Honorable Minister. Yes, okay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to respond to the question raised by the Honourable Member of Parliament regarding ongoing and planned drainage interventions in the Botiano English Amanfro constituency. Mr. Speaker, the Ghana Hydrological Authority, under the Ministry of Works, Housing and Water Resources, recognizes the critical importance of improving drainage infrastructure in the Botiano English Amanfro constituency, particularly given recurring flooding caused by rapid urbanization, encroachment on natural watercourses, and low-lying coastal terrain. Mr. Speaker, over the past few years, the Ministry, through Hydro, has implemented several drainage interventions in the South Municipal Assembly, including the Botiano, Tuba, and Kuwait areas, despite limited budgetary allocation. Under the 2020 and 2023 National Flood Control Program, several priority drains were constructed and desilted to improve stormwater conveyance and reduce surface runoff and flooding. These include channel deepening, widening and improvement works, concrete line channels, culvert replacement, and catch pit systems designed to trap silt at the foot of the hills near the Kasua toll booths to enhance water flow efficiency, minimize erosion, and reduce floodwaters onto the Accra Cape Coast Highway. Mr. Speaker, in the medium term, Hydro has undertaken additional assessments to identify unresolved drainage deficiencies in the Botiano English Amanfro area for incorporation into the subsequent phase of the National Flood Control Program, and the urban resilience initiatives contingent on funding availability. Activities encompass mapping existing drainage systems, pinpointing bottlenecks, and integrating local flood data into the planning of new projects. The next phase will focus on strategically extending the upgrading the drainage network to ensure continuity between constructed and unconstructed sections, particularly in downstream areas that remain prone to flooding during heavy rainfall. Additionally, Hydro is working to align its interventions with the institutions and agencies involved in the National Flood Early Warning and Response Framework, ensuring that completed drains complement broader flood resilience and mitigation measures, including desilting maintenance and proper solid waste management. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry through Hydro is actively pursuing funding arrangements to undertake these remaining works under a new National Flood Control Program through targeted budgetary allocations and external partnerships. The Ghana Hydrological Authority will continue to engage the Assembly and local stakeholders to prioritize and sequence the critical sections for early implementations as funds become available. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry urges the municipal assemblies to ensure and enforce the bylaws that restrict development in wetlands and floodplains. Land use and spatial planning within local authority areas must be reviewed by the relevant stakeholders to prevent development in buffer zones, encroachment into water courses, and interference with natural drainage paths. Poor solid waste disposal practices and the presence of refuse in drainage systems significantly contribute to flooding, as blocked drains prevent water from flowing away during rainfall events. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry remains committed to progressively addressing all outstanding and priority drainage projects in the Botiano English Yamanfro constituency, subject to resource availability and the National Flood Mitigation Plan. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Honorable Clay, any further questions?
Mr. Speaker, I'm so satisfied with the response, hence I don't have any further questions.
Thank you so much. Let me now turn to Techiman South. Honorable Martin Ejem Mensakosa. Honorable, you may ask question listed as 507. You have the floor now.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I come under Order 95 to seek your leave to withdraw the question. Mr. Speaker, I do so because quite obviously this must have been some administrative mix-up. The question is under DRIP, and DRIP doesn't have anything to do with works and housing, so there must have been some mix-up. I do so accordingly. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. So we will turn to question 575, and that is from a member from Akim Oda, Honorable Alexander Kwesi-Yakwa. Honorable, you may take the floor now.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me take this opportunity to wish you a happy birthday. I'm told today is your birthday. I hope you have enjoyed the day so far.
Thank you so much.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Works, Housing and Water Resources when the Ghana Hydrological Authority will pay attention to the construction works that started contaminating the Busuku River within the Kwabenya Ashoman enclave.
Very well. Kwabenya Ashoman Estate. But are you a member of Parliament for Kwabenya Ashoman Estate?
No, Mr. Speaker, but I know I'm asking this question on behalf of about 30 or 40 members of Parliament who live within that enclave.
That enclave?
Yes.
Probably including me.
I know, Mr. Speaker. You are one of them.
So, Honorable Minister, you may respond to the question now.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me also use this opportunity to wish you a happy birthday. Mr. Speaker, Once again, thank you for the opportunity to respond to the question raised by the Honourable Member of Parliament regarding the ongoing and planned drainage interventions in the Musuku River catchment in the Kwabenya-Ashoman environs. Mr. Speaker, the Musuku drain, located on the western side of the Odo main channel in the Kwabenya-Ashoman enclave, is a key tributary of the Odo catchment in the Ga East municipality. The Ghana Hydrological Authority is aware of the situation along the Musuku drain in the Kwabenya-Ashoman enclave, where unregulated construction activities have encroached on the natural watercourse, resulting in sedimentation, contamination, and reduced conveyance capacity. Mr. Speaker, I want to inform the House that the downstream section of the Musuku has been designated as a key intervention area under the Greater Accra Resilient and Integrated Development Project. A major drainage project has been planned for this area, including the construction of a detention pond in the Musuku drain's downstream section to regulate stormwater peaks, control sediment, and improve the channel hydraulic performance. Preliminary designs and feasibility studies for the Garrett project have already been outlined. Integrated measures to restore the river's hydraulic capacity, control pollution, and prevent further encroachment. Upon completion of the necessary approvals, work will begin to rehabilitate the affected drain section and restore the ecological integrity of the Musuku River corridor. In the interim, Hydro continues to engage the Ga East Municipal Assembly and relevant stakeholders to curb indiscriminate solid waste dumping, enforce buffer zones, and coordinate routine desilting until the full-scale Garrett intervention commences. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry assures the Honourable Member that this August House, Honourable Member in this August House, that the Musuku River Channel is part of the priority drainage systems earmarked under the Garrett framework to address both the structural and environmental challenges currently affecting the Kwabenya-Ashoman environs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Honorable Kwesiapa, any supplementary question?
No thanks, Mr. Speaker. I'm grateful.
Well, thank you so much. So let me move to Karachi East. Karachi East, Honorable Nelson Kofi Jabab. Honorable, you have the floor to ask the question listed in your today's order paper as 589.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Works, Housing and Water Resources when the Dambai Water Project will commence.
Honorable Minister, Dambai Water Project.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Karachi East constituency is currently not supplied by Ghana Water Limited. The constituency is catered for by the Community Water and Sanitation Agency. However, due to the expansion and the urbanization of the area, notably Dambai, Ghana Water Limited, as part of its strategic projects, has started engagements with potential investors for the development of the Dambai Water Supply Project. Mr. Speaker, the Dambai Water Supply Project is expected to deliver the following outputs: construction of a raw water intake structure, complete with low-lift pumps, construction of 11,500 cubic meters per day conventional water treatment plant, complete with aerator, clarifiers, filters, and clear water storage for Dambai. Construction of about 34.5 kilometers of treated water transmission pipeline and distribution network of approximately 125 kilometers. The Dambai Water Supply Project is intended to improve water supply mainly to Dambai, Chabukara, Pakpari, and adjoining communities. The project is envisaged to supply water to over 100,000 people living in the supply area. Mr. Speaker, The project has received a unique code following the submission of a project concept note to the Ministry of Finance. The feasibility study is far advanced and nearing finalization. The finalized feasibility study will be submitted to the Ministry of Finance in accordance with Regulation 9A of the Public Financial Management Regulations 2020 for approval and subsequent issuance of the seal of quality. This certification will enable the project to qualify for funding under the Ministry of Finance portfolio of priority projects. Mr. Speaker, the commencement of the project will depend on the following key activities: the finalization of the feasibility study, the issuance of the seal of quality by the Ministry of Finance, cabinet and parliamentary approvals, value for money assessment, signing of the financial agreement or commitment by the Ministry of Finance, and the award of contract. Mr. Speaker, it is envisaged that once all these activities have been undertaken, the project should commence within the current medium term. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Member for Kratchis, I suppose you also don't have any supplementary question. Very well. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Honorable members, you take the last question from Atebubu Amantin. Honorable Sanja Nanja. Yes, to ask the question listed as 624. 624. Honorable, you have the floor now.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity to ask the Minister for Works, Housing and Water Resources what measures are being implemented to curb the perennial water crisis in the Atebubu Township.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Atebubu Amantin Township is currently not within Ghana Water Limited's operational areas. The water supply system in the constituency is a community-managed scheme. However, due to the rapid growth and ongoing urbanization in Atebubu, the Ministry through Ghana Water Limited has initiated steps as part of planned projects to address increased water demand in Atebubu Amantin and the surrounding areas. In line with this, the Ministry through Ghana Water Limited engaged prospective investors to develop the Atebubu Amantin water supply project. Mr. Speaker, the Atebubu Amantin water supply project is a major water infrastructure initiative to improve potable water supply for Atebubu, Amantin and surrounding communities in the Bono East region. The project is expected to supply water to more than 100,000 people in the supply area. Mr. Speaker, the Atebubu Amantin water supply project is expected to include the following: a construction of a weir and intake facility of a capacity 31,000 meter cube a day, million gallons of water per day. Supply and laying of a 900 millimeter raw water pipeline, construction of a new 28,000 meter cube a day, design and construction of 80 kilometer of treated water transmission pipeline, construction of water reservoirs and booster pumping stations, laying of 100 kilometer distribution network within beneficiary communities, undertake the supply of water to about 5,000 households, provision of 100 standpipes within the beneficiary areas, construction of staff accommodation, district office, laboratory, chemical storage buildings, administration building, workshop, and other auxiliary structures. Mr. Speaker, in February 2023, the project's development activities commenced in earnest. The following key activities have been undertaken to date: a comprehensive assessment of the contractor's capacity to execute the project, acceptance of the feasibility studies by the Ministry of Finance, and issuance of the seal of quality. This confirms that the necessary standards and requirements have been met. Mr. Speaker, it is important to know that the project development activities were, however, suspended due to financing constraints arising from Ghana's debt restructuring program. As a result, progress toward value for money clearance and securing tax exemption approvals has been significantly delayed. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry has recently instructed Ghana Water Limited to recommence project development activities and collaborate with relevant stakeholders to address unresolved issues. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Yes, Honorable Sanjay Nanja, any supplementary question? Yes, let's hear you.
Mr. Speaker, I want the Minister to give us information on where will the booster station be located, the pumping station.
Yes, Minister, do you have that information? Yes. Honorable Sanjay Nanja, this will be a technical question, and I believe the Minister often may not be able to know the location.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have no further supplementary questions except to thank the Minister for the detailed answer and the firm assurance. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. On behalf of the House, let me extend our appreciation to you for attending upon the House to respond to members' questions. We appear to be satisfied with your questions, and we are hereby saying we are okay with your answers. So you are hereby discharged. Yes, leadership, are you constituting to Committee of the Whole?
Very well, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
So that will take get fund formula.
So, honorable members, we are constituting the House into Committee of the Whole to welcome the Get Fund Administrator. I guess the Minister for Education is not around, the Deputy Minister for Education, and the staff from the Get Fund. So the House is hereby constituting into the Committee of the Whole.
Now at plenary, please resume your seats. Honourable members, kindly take your seats. Yes, Majority Leader. Do we take the consequential motions per the order paper addendum?
That is so, Mr. Speaker. We'll take the consequential motions.
Honourable members, since the second Deputy Speaker chaired the Committee of the Whole, I would call on him to move the motion numbered 2 on the order paper addendum.
Mr. Speaker, shouldn't we be laying the report
Yeah, very
of the
well,
Committee
very
of the
well,
Whole?
very well. At commencement of public business, item number 1B. Chairman of the committee.
Report of the Committee of the Whole on the proposed formula for the disbursement of the Ghana Education Trust Fund for the year 2026.
Honourable members, the report has been duly presented. They are for distribution to honourable members.
Mr. Speaker, we'll take item 2, which is the motion for abridgment of time.
Yes,
in the
Chairman
order
of the
paper
committee.
addendum.
Motion numbered 2.
Yes, I have it, but the report is not ready, so. Yes. Honorable Speaker, I move that this House adopt the report
Motion. It's a procedural motion number 2.
Yes. Honorable members, Mr. Speaker, I move that notwithstanding the provision of Order 1041 of the Standing Orders, which requires that a motion shall not be debated until at least 2 sitting days have elapsed after the notice to move the motion is given, the motion for the adoption of the report of the Committee of the Whole on the proposed formula for the disbursement of the Ghana Education Trust Fund for the year 2026 may be moved today. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, motion move. Any seconder?
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Honourable members, motion move and seconded. This is a procedural motion. The question is, as many as are in favour of the motion say aye. Aye. Those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The motion is accordingly adopted. Do we take the consequential motion number 3? Chairman, do you have the report?
So, Mr. Speaker.
Chairman, Education.
Yes. Yes.
Honourable members, this is consequential.
Yes, Mr.
To
Speaker.
the meeting.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I move that this Honourable House take the motion listed 3 in today's order paper addendum now. And the motion is on the report of the Committee on the Whole for the proposed formula for the distribution of the Ghana Education Trust Fund formula for 2026. Mr. Speaker, I request that the House, the Hansard Department, take the report as having been read as a whole and capture it as has been read, and for me to take the just salient areas and come to conclusion. Mr. Speaker, the report is actually dealing with 2026 Get Fund formula, and the report actually is prepared based on the available standing orders, the Ghana Education Trust Fund Act 2000, Act 581, Ghana Education Trust Fund Amendment Act 2018, proposed formula for distribution, and other standing provisions. Mr. Speaker, at the end of the day, the formula has agreed that this year 9,872,325,805 billion cedis be allocated to the GEF fund to be distributed for the formula as we are approving now. The formula has taken care of the distribution into the tertiary education, the secondary or second cycle education, and the primary or basic education. Mr. Speaker, I move that this Honorable House adopt the report and work with it. I so move.
Honourable members, motion move. Report presented. Any seconder to the motion?
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion. And in doing so, Mr. Speaker, I just want to add that the Committee on Education had the opportunity to go through the formula. And we believe that all that has been presented at the Committee of the Whole is very much known to the committee. So we urge the House to approve the formula for GET Fund for 2026. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, motion moved and seconded. It is for the consideration of the House. Any further comments or contributions? Honourable members, in the absence of any further comment or contribution, I'll put a question. As many as are in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. Those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. This House has approved the formula for the disbursement of the Ghana Education Trust Fund for the year 2026. Yes, Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was hoping that after commending members for indulging us sitting till this time to have us pass the formula for the GET Fund, we could take a few clauses of the legal education bill, Let me find out from my friends opposite if we should carry on, isn't it? Yes.
Yes.
Because we push this one too. Okay. Because today is the birthday of the second deputy speaker, and having worked through the passing of the GET Fund formula, the birthday boy said 5 o'clock. Okay, so agreed.
Yes, honourable members, Legal Education Bill 2025 at consideration stage. At page 9, item 1. Item 17, 1. Clause 33.
Restoration of suspended accreditation license.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, 33 up to 40 and 46 all amendments standing in the name of the minority leader. He is not available to move them.
Is any member having the authority to move the proposed amendment?
Mr. Speaker, not now, so we want to continue with
Very
where
well.
we got to.
Very well. I think what we said was he can come if he's strongly convinced about it as second consideration. So I don't know why it is appearing on the other paper. So we move to clause 50. Since 43, 44 are all standing in his name. Very well. Very well. So we have to take 47 and 48. I understand we didn't put a question on them. Yes, 48. No, 47. Clause 47.
Admission measures for persons with disability.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, you will just need to put a question on that.
Committee doesn't have any advertised amendment. It is for the consideration of the House. Any proposed amendment? In the absence of any proposed amendment, I'll put a question. All those in favor of clause 47 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 47 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 48.
Minimum requirements for Bachelor of Law degree.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, same for 48.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment? Honourable members, clause 48 is the same as clause 50 in the incorporated one. Any proposed amendment? Honourable members, in the absence of any proposed amendment, I'll put a question. As many as are in favor of clause 48 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 48 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 49.
Form of and standards for curriculum examination.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, no proposed amendment as we find here. I think we took that one the last time.
Very well. It is for the consideration of the House, yes? Yes, Honorable John.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker. The last time we made some amendment. I don't know whether it was accepted, yes. Because we proposed that the assessment of the law program should rather read the assessment of the law student.
That amendment was carried out.
Was carried out.
I think today we should have been moving straight away from clause 50 because the subsequent ones were standing in the name of the minority leader.
Yes.
So that amendment, I think we put a question and it was carried.
Rightly so, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
So we should move from 50.
Very well. Clause 50.
Grading standards.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, clause 50, if we have our winnowed document, it's clause 52. 52 of the winnowed document. And the original one is clause 50. That's grading standards. Mr. Speaker, amendment proposed and clause 50. Subclause 3, delete and insert the following. Mr. Speaker, as advertised on page 10, I so move.
Honourable members, it is for the consideration of the House. The new section is a university that runs a law program. And at the end, they put assessment there. Chairman, I believe that's the difference.
Very well, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, I'll put a question first on the amendment proposed by the chairman of the committee to 53. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The proposed amendment is ordered to stand part of the bill. Chairman, you have an amendment to 52(1), which is 51.
Speaker, 50, that's the only amendment under 50. $51 is okay. Yeah.
No, if you look at the original document, 51 says a person in charge of a law degree, and you are substituting it with a university that runs a law program.
Yes.
In 51. So that is the amendment, though not on the other paper, you have to move. It's consequential anyway. Chairman, you readily indicated that the 50 in the original document is 52. And there is an insertion in italics, which is the amendment to 51. So you have to move that 51.
Mr. Speaker, so 51, the amendment is to substitute a person that runs
a person in charge of law degree program
with a university that runs a law program. Yeah. Your Speaker, so move.
Honourable members, the proposed amendment is to delete a person in charge of the law degree program of a university, and then substitute a university that runs a law program. So the new rendition will be a university that runs a law program shall adopt in writing uniform grading standards that ensure accuracy, validity, reliability, and consistency in the evaluation of the student performance in assessment. I'll put a question. As many as are in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The proposed amendment is ordered to stand part of the bill. Now I'll put a question on the entire 50. As many, yes.
So at the last sitting, we had issue with the 52. And we had a running debate. We believe that if it's actually deleted, it won't harm anybody. But if we leave it as it is, we believe that it was going to cause a lot of problems for the lecturers. And I think on this, the chairman of the committee is in agreement with me.
So you move the amendment.
So my amendment is, Mr. Speaker, clause 52(2) of the window document is deleted.
Honourable member, the proposal is to delete it. Is for your consideration.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I think I agree with my colleague. I've had some discussion with Professor Tubuga on this. He thinks that we can regulate it under the regulations.
I'll put a question. As many as are in favor of clause 52, which is 52(2) in the incorporated document, say aye. Aye. Those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. the proposed amendment is carried out, and accordingly, clause 52 is ordered to be deleted. Now I'll put a question on the entire clause. As many as are in favor of clause 50 standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. Clause 50 is accordingly ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 51.
Review of grades.
Chairman of the committee.
Speaker, review of grades, clause 51. Amendment proposed, delete and insert the following. Speaker, as advertised on page 10 and 11 of the order paper. I so move.
Honourable members, the proposed amendment is for your consideration. Any further? Yes, Honourable Patrick Wama.
Mr. Speaker, I don't have a problem with the proposed amendment, save that I've seen an advertised amendment to 251-2. Chairman, Mr. Speaker, I was of the view that the university that runs a law program shall establish written procedures first to enable a student to seek a review. So I was thinking that 2 should rather become 1 and 1 become the 2. Because the university must first establish the procedures for review of grades to enable the student make an application for a review should that student be failed or have some dissatisfaction with his grade. So, Chairman, I want you to take a closer look at that.
Well, it is arguable. Some will argue that a right must be created first.
Mr. Speaker, rightly so.
You create a right, and then you follow the procedure in exercising the right.
51-1 creates the right. the right is created first before you can exercise that. And so 51-1 creates the right. So a student who is satisfied with the grade of an assessment may apply to the university for a review of the grade. And then 2 says, a university that runs a law degree program shall establish written procedures for processing request for the review of the grade of an assessment by a student. I think this order is fine.
Yes, I think honourable member is amenable. I'll put a question on the chairman's amendment. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment are ordered to stand part of the bill. Now I'll put a question on entire clause 51. Unless there is a further amendment, the absence of any further amendment, all those in favor of clause 51 of the bill as amended, standing part of the bill, say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 51, as variously amended, is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 52.
Teaching method.
Chairman of the committee.
The Speaker, amendment proposed under 52, opening phrase, line 1, delete a person in charge of a law degree program for university and insert a university that runs a law degree program. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, honourable members, clause 52 is the 54 in incorporated document. Chairman, I expect you to be doing that. Honourable members, I'll put a question on Chairman's first amendment to clause 52. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 52, proposed by the chairman in VIII, is carried and is ordered to stand part of the bill. Yes, Chairman of the committee, I ask.
Mr. Speaker, amendment proposed, paragraph
yes.
B, line 1,
yes.
delete
Chairman,
books,
hold it.
Books on.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, with the amendment proposed by the chairman of the committee, I want us to ask what he thinks. If you look at the content for the curriculum, it talks about information technology. But when it comes to the methodology, we are missing the methodology that will help us bring out the information technology, which is a crucial part of legal practice nowadays. Because I know we have research skills, we have analysis of rare cases, drafting of legal documents, making oral arguments, client relations. But if you look at the methodology, we don't have one that is catering for information technology. So I was proposing if we could add modern IT legal practice so that that can take care of the methodology. I don't know what the committee chair thinks.
Yes, Chairman of the committee.
IT and modern technology. IT and legal practice.
So it comes where under 52(1)?
Can it? So that will come under.
Where?
So that will come under
54?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. 52 for.
Honorable Chair, I think I engage you on this. Why do you want to use adjective in drafting? Which one is archaic IT? Which one is modern IT? We don't use adjective in drafting.
Mr. Speaker, respectfully, I know about 10 years ago, people used to use just Microsoft, Outlook, and other things. Now, things are changing, and now
So
we are using
what of
AI.
10 years after? 10 years after, will you come to amend the law?
So, Mr. Speaker, that's why the word modern becomes significant here.
That's the difficulty when you use adjective in drafting. So if after, that's why I'm asking you, if after 5-6 years it is outmoded and there is another version, do you come to amend the law? Do you come to amend the law? Because you must pass a law that will stand the test of the time. And what is modern for you will be archaic for somebody. Yes.
You see, if you put the modern IT, in 10 years' time, there will be modern IT at a time. Right? So it will not be a cake. In 10 years, the new IT solution.
So the use of the adjective, who determines whether this is modern or this is not modern? All members, let us not change the drafting rules. It will be novel for us to be using adjectives in doing our drafting. That creates a problem. So can a student go to court that I was taught IT, but what I was taught is not modern?
Mr. Speaker, I agree with you if we don't want to use adjective in drafting, but it's very critical that when you are stressing on teaching methodology, you mentioned it in content. It's critical that it find its way as part of the methodology so that it can be enforced. Because if you are giving all the other methodologies and you are using as one of the tools and you are leaving IT out, then of course we will be missing. So the content will not be enforced here. Other than that, then we don't need the teaching methods. It could have found its way in the regulations. But if we are legislating the teaching methods, then IT should be one of the methodologies or the methods we want to use.
Mr. Speaker, maybe for the last point to make and then we sit down. Mr. Speaker, you see, when COVID broke, we didn't know anything about Zoom. All right? At that time, Zoom had become so important. And at the time COVID broke, Zoom was then the modern tool of teaching. So, Mr. Speaker, if you put it that way, I don't think that it will hurt.
Which way?
Mr. Speaker, it says a person, okay, a university
that runs a law degree program shall adapt teaching methods that impact. Mr. Speaker, this is generic enough. Teaching methods that impact. So whether it is Zoom, it is IT, survey, methodology, they're all part of the teaching methods that will impact. So at a particular time, any technology that is invoked is what should impact the system. So please, the preamble statement actually covers what you are talking about. So any teaching methods that impact can include the IT that you have discussed and many others that may come in the future.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much.
Yes.
You know, now, even in practice, the use of digital system information technology is crucial. So if the word modern will not suffice, I would suggest that we use appropriate IT methods as part of as one of the methods.
Well, if you insist, then it should be information technology.
Yeah, but appropriate, it has to at least.
So then who determines the appropriateness of it? I just told you that we should be careful using adjectives. Can I go to court that I've been given information technology, but that is not appropriate?
Okay, Mr. Speaker, so if we want to take out the adjective, then fine, but if we have to have the IT method, the IT method is fine.
So I can move my amendment
because we are trying to finish with this one.
So propose an amendment and let me give it to the House to consider.
Did affect my amendment?
So, Mr. Speaker, I propose that in amending clause 52, we add to AIVI, information technology. So we delete the end. We are adding. Yeah, we'll sort that one out. So, information technology, yeah.
Well, honourable members, it is for your consideration. I see information technology, IT, as a course rather than teaching method, but it is for the consideration of the House.
So, Mr. Speaker, that is why we wanted to put appropriate IT methodology, so that it doesn't become just a tool.
For instance, if you talk about research skills, you talk about analysis of real cases, you talk about drafting of legal documents, you talk about making oral arguments and client relations, all these things, you realize that there are courses in the school that will lead to all this. For instance, the lecturers will realize that for you to be able to make oral argument, that is what we call advocacy and ethics. That is the course you do, which will result into this. If you talk about drafting of legal document, it is land law conveyancy and probably civil and criminal procedure. If you talk about analysis of real cases, I see IT as a subject that they can teach rather than being a teaching method. Because the rendition is saying teaching methods that impact in addition to the theoretical aspect of the law, practical skills, including. So IT is a theoretical course that you have to teach the student.
Mr. Speaker, I think we should appreciate what the member is trying to do in context. Currently, maybe in Ghana we are not doing it, but the universities outside of, let me be specific, in Europe today and the United States, there are teaching programs that are directly connected to AI. So AI has been incorporated as a tool for teaching. So, Mr. Speaker, when I did a master's program somewhere, the teaching was different. Today, at a different place, the methodology for teaching has also changed, and AI tool is being applied. So, Mr. Speaker, I think what he's trying to do is to act with a forward-looking mind, where, Mr. Speaker, the teaching method is now going to incorporate. No, majority leader, let's have it easy. You see, teachings in our schools for various courses are applying AI tools. So, Mr. Speaker, it's not enough to say it is implied. Honorable Chairman, you and I have had experiences in our courts. You recall that the Supreme Court had an occasion to deal with the Iyoko Act on freezing, where it got to a point that almost every account was being frozen on suspicion. And Supreme Court had to interpret the law and say, look, lawmaker did not intend that where you have a problem with an account, you should freeze the account. The rule of poisonous fruit was applied and said that if you have a particular problem with the transaction, freeze that transaction and allow the person to operate his account. Meanwhile, people were just freezing account and all that. So please here, Majority Leader, bear with us. Mr. Speaker, I don't like this situation where we legislate and say that it's implied. Now that we have an opportunity to bring clarity, let us do so. Let us do so. Even if in the process of doing so, we would end up acting superfluous. It will bring clarity and help in law enforcement than saying that it is implied. I disagree. Let us add his amendment.
Minority Leader, then if that is the argument to go by, why can't you say criminal procedure, civil procedure, evidence, so that we mention the causes here? The rendition is saying that teaching methods that impact in addition to the theoretical aspect of the law, practical skills, including research skills. Yes, and the word used is including, which is adjustum generis. which means that it is not closed.
Mr. Speaker, it's always good when there is a big man presiding. So it's okay. Mr. Speaker, I didn't spot the word including. So Mr. Speaker, I would advise my brother.
Very well.
Yes. To the extent that, Mr. Speaker, just for our education, maybe others are behind, they are not following. Mr. Speaker, to the extent that there is no definitive definition, the door is not closed. So your concerns are addressed by the use of that word including. So, Mr. Speaker, I rest my case.
Yes.
And I
So
believe
if
it's
something
also,
should be included, it should be IT skill.
Mr. Speaker, that is what
Yes, but you
that's
see-
what we want to say.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I think that would be a good compromise. But the including that
Yes.
phrase is sufficient to address those concerns.
Yes.
It's not short. You are right.
Very well. I'll put a question. As many as are in favor of the amendment proposed to clause 52 at page 11, I, say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The proposed amendment is ordered to stand part of the bill. Now, IX. Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, IX paragraph B, line 1, delete books on. I so move.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment? I'll put a question. As many as are in favor of the proposed amendment by the chairman of the committee say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The proposed amendment is ordered to stand part of the bill. X.
Mr. Speaker, with respect, I have my amendment. I just want to take one. So because of time, majority leader has given an indication. This morning I gave him a word, so I just don't want to drag him back. But
Yes, so let's finish clause 52.
very well.
Then we can go back because your amendments are not on 52.
Yes, that's correct.
Yes.
Very well.
So,
That's fine.
so chairman of the committee X.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, X is in his name. Leader.
Oh yes.
X is in
X
your
is
name.
in the name of the minority leader.
Yes.
So please do.
Mr. Speaker, amendment proposed. Add a new paragraph. Teaching and assessment method that place particular emphasis on research skills, effective legal writing, communication skills, and advocacy. And these competencies shall constitute core objectives of the program across all accredited universities. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Well, it is for the consideration of the House. Minority leader, how is it different from the A? Because of including.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Hold on a second.
Because your research skill is here, analysis is here, drafting of legal documents is here, making oral argument is here, and client relation is here. So this is, the word you use is including. And you are also talking about research skills.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, so I'm
Which is
building
number
some
one.
consensus with the chairman of the committee, but we won't belabor. Those that are, I would abandon it, but we have agreed that the draft person will take, for instance, communication skills is not mentioned, and advocacy. So the draft person would add those ones.
But a few minutes ago, you were right in saying that
Oh, Mr.
the
Speaker, I still
concluding work
maintain
is
that.
including.
Mr. Speaker,
So
I
even
still
if it is
maintain.
not specifically here,
Mr. Speaker, I maintain that, except that chairman and I have agreed that we can list some 2 and still keep it open.
Very well.
So the draft person,
you are accordingly directed. In view of that, the amendment is abandoned. Is that right?
so,
Is that
Mr.
right?
Speaker,
Based on the compromise, you abandon
it
the
is so.
amendment. Very
So, Mr. Speaker, what it means, therefore, is that we would abandon the entire line 1, 2, 3, 3.5, and then rather, the draft person will do that, and rather add that these competencies, the new line that would add, will be that these competencies shall constitute core objectives of the program across all accredited universities.
So what will be the new rendition?
Okay, Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. You're always helping us to learn. Mr. Speaker, the new rendition, therefore, shall read as follows. Teaching methods that impact in addition to the theoretical aspect of the law, practical skills, including, then it lists what we've already said. And so, Mr. Speaker, after listing it, we now follow with, and these competencies shall constitute core objectives of the program across all accredited universities. Mr. Speaker.
Well, I'll direct the drafters appropriately.
Very well.
Okay.
Very well.
With this, I can put a question on entire clause 52.
It is so. Mr. So.
As many as are in favor of clause 52 as variously amended, standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 52 is accordingly ordered to stand part of the bill. Yes.
I have a compromise to deal with just a few of the amendments, especially the one on the 43 that was existing. Mr. Speaker, we deal with IV, clause IV, Mr. on page 10. No, make up.
Yes, I'm listening.
Mr. Speaker, we're dealing with first I, which is 33 at page 9. Subclause 1, paragraph B, after semester, delete and insert the following closing phrase. And the council shall ensure that inspections are conducted, yes, at least once in each semester to ensure continuous compliance with the prescribed standards. I repeat, subclause 1, paragraph B, after semester, delete and insert the following closing phrase. Quote, and the council shall ensure that inspections are conducted at least one in each semester to ensure continuous compliance with the prescribed standards. Mr. Speaker, I think this is very consequential by way of what we seek to achieve, and Chairman and I have no difficulty at all. Mr. Speaker, I move accordingly.
The current rendition says council shall carry out inspection of accredited university at least twice during each academic year or once each semester. Yes, that is what is in the existing law.
Speaker, this is what we did. The council shall carry out an inspection of accredited universities every 3 years. That's the 33(1). In the window document, 35(1). And then the second amendment is to change this to council in 2. So it's every 3 years. Inspection of accredited universities. Every 3 years.
Mr. Speaker, I am ready to, you said the initial license is for how long? 3 years. No, the initial license, not the provisional license is for 3 years. Yes, what I'm saying is that because you want to maintain high academic standards, maybe if the semester is too much, we can look at 1 academic year. So I'm ready to amend, but you cannot say we cannot accept the 3 years. Then it means you inspect once every 3 years. Mr. Speaker, that one, if you say council shall carry out inspection of accredited university every 3 years, that would be too lazy an attempt, because it's an academic institution. You want to be sure that facilities are in place, the right thing is being done. So, Mr. Speaker, if it is not for a semester, then we can look at academic year annually. Yes. So for academic year, Mr. Speaker, I think we can have a consensus on per academic year, but 3 years definitely is too much and unacceptable. So, Majority Leader, if you are with me on the academic year, we may proceed. I'm ready to compromise on that. Therefore, the new rendition.
If I understand.
Yes, sir.
You are in for the old rendition. And the old rendition says the council shall carry out inspection of accredited institution at least twice during each academic year. You want it to be once in academic year.
Speaker, with respect,
once each semester.
No, Mr. Speaker, the renowned document,
yes,
which is 35, which I have,
yes,
has now changed it to every 3 years.
Yes.
Right. The consensus amongst the three of us, the leader of the House, chair, and my good self, is that instead of my proposal for it to be every semester, instead of every 3 years as being proposed, we want it once a year. That is once every academic year. So that is the consensus we've reached. But the final document for the winnowed document is talking about once every 3 years, which we think that would be too much.
Yes.
So, Mr. Speaker, that is the document we have.
The proposal is we change the 3 years to 1 year.
One, not every semester.
Very well. So, Majority Leader.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker. I don't know if anybody here worked with the Tertiary Education Commission. What is the current practice? Because we're establishing an institution like any other institution that already exists. If we make the intervals very short, let's be mindful of the administrative cost involved. What goes into an inspection? What goes into an inspection? Yeah.
Mr. Speaker, this is the inspection. And what I know is that the GTEC, it has a yearly inspection to be sure. The current practice, the minority, yes, that I know for a fact. So, Mr. Speaker, even in between, they can zoom in and say, look, you are not meeting standard, we are coming on for inspection, you don't have the required teaching staff, the facilities are not there, so they would hold accreditation on a particular course. But I think that the 1 year, because every academic year is a routine thing, So I'm ready to go by that practice instead of every semester so that we can make progress. I don't mind.
Yeah, I just took briefing from a member of the committee. He said the actual original proposal from the deans was for an annual inspection program. But the committee members thought that it takes 3 years to produce one batch, and therefore they expanded the time frame to 3 years. That was what informed their proposal to make it 3 years. But as it is now, I am of the same view that for quality assurance, it is important that the inspection is annual. I think an annual inspection will provide early signals.
The fact that you produce them within a period of 3 years doesn't mean you are not continuing. Every year, students will pass out, new ones will come. So if it is possible, doing the inspection once a year is in order. Yes. So I will then direct the drafters to also tidy it up. Drafters, take notes. Instead of 3 years, let it be once a year.
Mr. Speaker, the new rendition, just for the draft person to pay attention, and the council shall ensure that inspections are conducted at least once every academic year. It's once every academic year, instead of once each semester. Once every academic year to ensure continuous compliance with the prescribed standards. But that's the essence of leader. That is the essence of
so
the
leader,
inspection.
if you don't put to ensure, it doesn't. Because that's the purpose of the inspection anyway.
Mr. Speaker and Majority Leader, I don't know how to describe this in English, but ehubi dentia. Mr. Speaker, ehubi da. Mr. Speaker, I don't know how to translate it.
So can there be an inspection without? Can there be an inspection which will not ensure compliance with the standard?
Mr. Speaker, why do we to facilitate? Mr. Speaker, the essence of the inspection is to ensure that, one, the university is complying, two, that standards are being maintained. So, Mr. Speaker, for me, my style in drafting would be to be as superfluous as possible, because that would help with the clarity. Mr. Speaker, it's because of all the things I have seen in our court. All the things I have seen in our court. Maybe I can only speak for myself, but Mr. Speaker, you know that
So
sometimes
that
when
is
we
why
leave it hanging.
that is why I don't intend to come out with a rendition. I'm directing.
Mr. Speaker, you can help me.
If we are looking at clause 35 of the new document, go to subclause 2. For purposes of subsection 1, the council shall designate an officer of the council as an inspector to inspect an accredited university to ensure compliance.
The international rules.
Yes. Any further amendment?
War criminals. Mr. Speaker, if the man is down, he says it's okay. He still want to.
So now there is another amendment to 33 standing in your name.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I shall proceed. Yes. Yes. Speaker, with respect, that's clause 4.
Aye.
Yes. The council may conduct additional inspection where A. So, Mr. Speaker, that's a new subclause. That's very, very important, Mr. Speaker. And this one, I checked the GTech regulations. I just lifted it straight away, so it's nothing new. The council may conduct additional inspection where A. credible information suggests a material breach of standards, or B, a significant complaint has been received. Mr. Speaker, I so move.
Even the way I'm directing it to the drafters, the essence is that where we are saying every year, the drafters can say at least once a year. So once it is once a year, anytime I thought there is an issue, they can go in.
Mr. Speaker, that's a different situation. Mr. Speaker, that one would follow a routine. That one will follow a routine, but this one is to create an exceptional situation that would empower council to do the inspection. But I still leave it with them. I still leave it with them to look at it. We should have it. This one. Yes. Mr. Speaker, because the one at... No. This, you see, the GTEC one, where they have conditions where maybe there's a complaint. It's not there. Let's put it in there to safeguard. It's not the same. Else this soldier would come in and arrest us. He's now reading everything, you know. Mr. Speaker, so let's maintain this. It helps with the quality assurance that we all need. Thank you, sir. You may put the question, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, all those in favour of the proposed amendment by the minority leader say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The proposed amendment is carried. Yes, aye.
Speaker, with respect, clause 40, it appears 42 in the Winnow document. Amendment proposed. Line 3. After the word has, delete experience in accounting for a period of not less than 10 years and insert appropriate qualification and relevant experience as prescribed by regulation. Mr. Speaker, I think this would enable the administration take the appropriate decisions on which qualification that is required. The experience and maybe other relevant qualifications. And they would also have the opportunity to prescribe same in their regulation, instead of saying experience in accounting for a period of not less than 10 years. Mr. Speaker, experience in accounting for not less than 10 years, you are not prescribed the qualification, the academic qualification in addition. You are only talking about somebody practicing in that field for 10 years. You've not talked about whether the person should be chartered, should be masters in accounting or finance. So if you now make it open by saying appropriate qualification and relevant experience, then council can use regulations to determine, like what we do in Parliament. We create our own scheme of service here, where we now state on each vacancy, the board will now determine and say, for this particular vacancy, this is what we expect. 2 years, 5 years should have been done, have been a procedural clerk or its analogous experience. And then, Mr. Speaker, that space will be created. But if we legislate and cast it in stone and iron like this, there will be problem at implementation. Mr. Speaker, I so move.
Minority Leader, then what of the legislation in respect of lawyers? Because we specifically mention lawyers with a minimum experience at the bar. And this one is also mentioning an accountant with a minimum experience.
Mr. Speaker, the difference here is that the language used, experience in accounting. Mr. Speaker, I'm paying attention to language. If it has said an accountant, No, it doesn't say so.
It says so.
Mr. Speaker.
Read the rendition.
Mr. Speaker,
a
the
person
rendition
qualifies
Mr. Speaker,
to be appointed
with
as accounts officer
yes, Mr.
of
Speaker,
the law degree
yes,
program
if you say an
of the
account
university.
officer, an account
that
officer
person-
is not an account. Mr. Speaker, we
If
have
that
just-
person, one, is an accountant,
Mr. Speaker, it says, okay, are you having the window document, leader? Okay, you read it. Which one? 42. I will. The title is Account Officer of Law Program. 42.
2 says a person qualifies to be appointed as an accounts officer of a law program of a university if that person is an accountant, and has experience in accounting for a period of not less than 5 years. They even amended
maybe
it to
what
5.
we have to say is a
Yes.
chartered accountant.
So you
Because
are
that's the
asking whether
profession.
it has to be a chartered accountant,
Yes.
etc. But chartered accountant is a certain degree. Okay, not all of them are chartered. They may be accountants, but they are not chartered accountants. I don't think the idea is to restrict it to only chartered accountants. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I want to have some consensus with the leader. Is the reason why is because of this ambiguity. That is why I'm saying let us not legislate on it, but rather put. Yes, I'm saying that appropriate. Let us ask for appropriate qualification and relevant experience.
So, Majority Leader, you know the problem that your rendition will create. This one, the existing rendition, it means that for you to qualify, you must be an accountant. You understand? If you are not accountant, you are out. Now, you must also have experience in accounting. If you are accountant, but you don't have experience in accounting, you are also out. Now, your rendition is saying that it should be appropriate qualification. Who determines whether that qualification is appropriate or is not appropriate? Now, if you say relevant experience in what? Finance, economic. So this one is pointing irresistibly to one conclusion, that one, you must be an accountant, your experience must also be in accounting for you to qualify. But if you say relevant experience, then you are giving the power to somebody to determine the qualification that is relevant or that is appropriate.
Speaker, for me, I was drawing from experience where institution has to recruit and through its own regulation is able to set certain minimum qualifications. My view is that we should not legislate on this and give specifics. Rather, we should allow internal regulations to look at circumstances and draw the scheme or the guidelines where such vacancy occurs. Is the reason why I humbly put in the phrase appropriate qualifications and relevant regulation as prescribed by regulation. Mr. Speaker,
Having served on a subsidiary legislation for some time can cause a problem.
well, so Mr.
Because
Speaker, I don't want to drag.
if the word used here is appropriate qualification, and then the regulation
Mr. Speaker,
goes to
I've gotten where you're
specify
coming from.
accounting, then you are
Mr.
departing
Speaker,
from the Parents Act.
Mr. Speaker, should we therefore abandon the appropriate qualifications and rather maintain relevant experience? Would that help? So that, because I also understand what you mean, that the first definition is accountant. So if the person is an accountant, that is the minimum. So we introducing appropriate qualification will create a problem. I agree with you. And I'm ready to yield to that and abandon appropriate qualification. But I'm also asking, in that sense, can we keep the relevant experience there for the draft person to...
No, the problem is that we can introduce relevant before experience in the sense that they are specifically telling you experience in accounting.
Mr. Speaker, you've made your case.
Experience
Mr.
in
Speaker,
accounting.
you've made your case. I yield to you.
Very
you've
well.
made the case.
Very
so,
well.
Mr. Speaker, let's maintain the
rendition as
yes,
it is.
please.
Okay. So you have already moved amendment in IV, or you are now coming to move IV. You have moved amendment in IV already, or you are now coming to move IV.
Speaker, he has abandoned. That's the 40. You have abandoned the 40.
No, we are now moving to 43. Yes, 40 is abandoned. So 43, IV.
Yes. Mr. Speaker, the minimum, I would want to further amend my amendment and delete class. So, yes, that is so. So the minimum, add the following subclause. The minimum requirement for admission to the professional law practice training course shall be determined and published by the council and shall be binding on all universities, and no university shall independently vary that requirement. Mr. Speaker, I would even want to further amend this and end it at universities. So the new subclause, the rendition shall read, the minimum requirement for admission to the professional law practice training course shall be determined and published by the council and shall be binding on all universities, full stop. The additional and no university shall independently vary that requirement. I delete them because that would be of no consequence.
Minority Leader, I thought the other time you said you know of people who have third class but they are good lawyers.
Because that's why I'm
introducing class.
Oh, that's why I've deleted it. Mr. Speaker, you are not paying attention to me. Mr. Speaker, I've removed class. Oh, Mr. Speaker, the last time I promised that we would amend it when we get there. So I've just sought your leave to amend and delete class.
Okay.
Yes, so it now reads, this is the new rendition. The minimum requirement, I've deleted class from what is advertised because I gave my word to you the last time. So the minimum requirement for admission to the professional law practice training course shall be determined and published by the council and shall be binding on all universities, full stop. I am abandoning the rest of the phrase and deleting all of that completely. So this shall be the new subclause, Mr. Speaker.
Okay. So probably we can say the minimum entry requirements for admission into the professional law practice training course shall be determined and published by the council shall be as determined, shall be determined by the council and published. Shall be determined and published by the council. Yes.
They're bringing on binding on is consequential, so no need. I take your rendition.
Then I'll adopt that rendition. Let me put the question.
adopt it as my own.
Then I'll put a question on the adopted rendition. As many as are in favor, say aye. Aye. Those against, say no. Clause 43, as amended, is ordered to stand part of the bill. Yes?
No, Mr. Speaker, it's safe to say that course should be deleted from, it should be professional law practice training.
Very well.
That ends that.
Very well. Very well.
Speaker V.
Drafters, take note of it. Yes.
Speaker, with respect.
Yes, so we'll move to your last amendment in
That
B.
is so. That is so. Speaker, with respect, amendment proposed, add the following new sub-clause. The curriculum developed under subsection 1 shall prescribe uniform compulsory courses to be offered by all accredited universities, and no university shall substitute or omit such courses. The next one, the curriculum shall require all students to undertake courses in information technology and the law as compulsory component of the program. Mr. Speaker, let me shed some light on this. Mr. Speaker, I am particularly introducing this sub-clause with emphasis on compulsory IT training because, Mr. Speaker, our world is moving into an AI space. Just last week, a very senior lawyer told me that with an AI tool that his law firm has deployed, the firm was able to deal with some case briefs, summarizing the certain decisions, and it is really enhancing efficiency in the law firm. Mr. Speaker, many of these courses that are being run by universities in the Western world are now tailored in a manner that allows a full application of AI. We are behind, and this law is being enacted not for today, for tomorrow. So, Mr. Speaker, ab initio, it is important that we emphasize this so that our future lawyers would also be brought up to speed. Mr. Speaker, today, students who are taking international affairs and diplomacy programs abroad are studying this program with AI models as integral part of the program. So there is AI diplomacy. So whereas your foreign minister in, say, Africa, meets a counterpart in Europe, and he is now dealing with briefs, the counterpart there is aided by AI. He is approaching you with a full AI tool aiding his diplomacy. Mr. Speaker, that is a reality. But here, our foreign minister would have to read papers and read. But your colleague has been trained with the use of AI tools for his diplomacy. And all the officers who are his technical staff have gone through education that has deployed AI as an integral part of that training. So if we don't introduce it now, Mr. Speaker, we'll have a challenge. In any event, Mr. Speaker, just for our information, so far, none of the universities in Ghana, be it private or public, has a first degree program in AI. It's unfortunate. It's unfortunate. AI tools are not being deployed in our universities in a scale that, at least in the minimum, we'll say that we are preparing our kids to meet future market demand. So, Mr. Speaker, it will be the
you
first.
are talking about introduction of AI at a degree level.
Mr. Speaker, Oh, yes.
of information technology?
Yes, Mr.
As
Speaker,
a
it
discipline.
forms part of, yes.
Have you looked at clause 48?
Mr. Speaker, I looked at 48, but Mr. Speaker, 48, 49, Mr. Speaker, but I felt that, yes, Mr. Speaker, it's also captured there. But I felt that since this is dealing specifically with the curriculum, why not first mention it? If we mention it here and subsequently they don't even appear, we would have addressed it. Because,
No,
Mr. Speaker,
I'm saying so because if you look at 48 says the minimum requirement for the award of Bachelor of Law degree is the satisfactory completion of the number of course of study that amount to a number of credit hours that the council determines, taking into consideration the general policy of the university in which the law degree program operates regarding the number of credit hours required for completion. Because, for instance, Honorable Minority Leader, whether you are doing law in Legon or not, you do appropriate technology.
Mr. Speaker, the way it's been captured in D, I think reading it together with what I'm putting in the curriculum, let me abandon the second leg of it and just maintain the first leg, because I think the amendment that the winnowing committee has done in D addresses it. It's clear enough. Training in information technology. So, Chairman, I am abandoning it because of D. So let's just maintain the first part of the amendment. That's it.
Well, then I'll put
so
a question.
Put the question on the first part. Yeah, that's it.
Yes, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I thought also that the winnowed version sets out the content of curriculum. So I'm at a loss where you want us to insert the curriculum developed under subsection 1 shall prescribe uniform compulsory courses to be offered by all accredited universities, and no university shall substitute. You've cancelled one. The curriculum developed under subsection 1 shall prescribe uniform compulsory courses to be offered by all accredited universities. I think the idea behind clause 1 is to set a framework but leave room for different universities. Now let's say, for instance, let's take for instance, the curriculum for a Bachelor of Laws degree program shall provide A, instructions that are necessary for the impartation of a particular subject matter or skill, practical and theoretical training in the law, an opportunity to take elective courses, training in information technology, predetermined course contents for the courses offered, including relevant statutes, cases, articles, books, topics in the course, instructions on the ethics, and etc. Mr. Speaker, if you look at all these, it will be difficult to now say at the end that the curriculum developed under subsection 1 shall prescribe uniform, compulsory courses to be offered by all accredited institutions. Because what the law normally will do is to set minimum courses that you must offer. Yes. Minimum courses that you must offer. Yeah.
Mr. Speaker, I think the angle I was picking it from was in respect of the standard, the compulsory, the minimum requirement. I think, yes, the uniform standard that I was looking at, Mr. Speaker, I think it's quite problematic at the degree level because some universities may want to offer international law jurisprudence as part of the non-compulsory courses. Others may have emphasis on AI law or something else. So demanding a uniform standard across board will become a difficult. Mr. Speaker, I therefore abandon.
Very well. Then let's move to clause 53 then.
Duration of Bachelor of Laws degree program.
Chairman of the committee, clause 53. Chairman of the committee, clause 53.
5.
Where are we?
53.
53.
Page 11.
Page 11, 53, Mr. Speaker. Amendment proposed. Mr. Speaker, delete and insert the following. 53.
Of the original.
Yep.
And 55 for this one.
And 55 of the winnowed document. And that has to do with duration of the Bachelor of Laws degree program. And so amendment proposed, Mr. Speaker, is to delete and insert the following new clause as advertised on page 11 of.
Honourable members, it is for your consideration. Any proposed amendment?
Mr. Speaker, I think I support the chairman because some universities may choose to treat their LLB, their Bachelor of Law program, as a post-first degree program and deal with it even 1 year. Like I said, in the UK, post-first degree programs are for a year. Post-first degree law programs are for just a year. You have other universities that have 2 years intensive as first degree. They run 4 terms in a year. Buckingham runs 4 terms in a year. Short breaks and no long summer break. So 2 years, you earn your first degree. And New York Bar recognizes it to do your bar there, and then others are doing 3 years in the UK. So I think to the extent that you've qualified it to say that in accordance with the statutes of the university, Mr. Speaker, it means that such a duration or however they would want to describe their law program, be it a first degree program or post-first degree program, or whether they are going to have different streams of the same LLB, should be in their statutes. And I think that's good. Mr. Speaker, I support it.
I'll put a question. As many as are in favor of the proposed amendment by the chairman of the committee, say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The proposed amendment by the chairman of the committee is ordered to stand part of the bill. Chairman, XII.
Mr. Chairman, in view of leaders, you would want to abandon XII.
Mr. Speaker, this is not an abandonable clause. The chair has not read it properly. I know majority leader is reading it carefully. Mr. Speaker, the whole essence of this is to enable someone to have a law degree that may not necessarily qualify him to do the bar. Mr. Speaker, if you read carefully, a university shall structure its Bachelor of Laws degree program to include a minor field of study in another discipline to enable a student who is subsequently disqualified from professional law legal training to complete a recognized qualification in that minor field. Mr. Speaker, so somebody is doing law with French, law with finance. It is a combined major, but in the end, having the law degree would not qualify you to do the professional course, but the person just needs the law degree with that combined major to pursue another field. That is my objective. It is
so, Honorable Minority Leader, I don't think there will be a need for this, in the sense that people do combine major. So, once you are able to satisfy the entry requirement into professional law, practice training, you don't have a problem.
Mr. Speaker, then perhaps I would end it in another discipline. So, Mr. Speaker.
No, you see, I'm saying that you don't need this particular provision, because remember, the council is going to prescribe some courses. Once you are able to complete it, you are qualified to enter the professional training course, which enables you to go and write the bar exams. So whether you are doing French, you are doing economic, whatever, once you are able to satisfy those requirements, the way is open for you to enter the law school. But this law is not interested in regulating other courses at the university. They are only regulating the law. What you will have to do to be able to qualify to the next stage of the university. So why are we going to put in this law other courses apart from the law courses, when this law is legal education bill?
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for your guidance, but Mr. Speaker, this is a major policy matter that if the AG were to be here, it would have held my cause. Mr. Speaker, you can speak to it as a matter of law, but the AG can speak to this as a matter of policy. You see, Mr. Speaker, I'm looking at it with a different eye. We are talking about minimum qualification, and that explanation you gave, stands well with me, because the legal education bill, which we are looking at, the law is seeking to regulate professional law training and trying to give a background how to get there. But Mr. Speaker, situations where you are looking at others who would want to come with a combined major in all the minimum requirements, we have not talked about a combined major. We've not talked about it. And I feel that I wouldn't abandon, I would want us to flag it. Mr. Speaker, I will plead with the leader of the House that the Attorney General, this is the third time we are considering this bill without him, though the standing orders specifically, does not prohibit us from proceeding just because the Attorney General is not here. But for policy purposes, he is a sponsor. We've gotten to a stage where, Mr. Speaker, he must find time for this House to shepherd this bill. So, Mr. Speaker, I would not want to delay this. I would flag it and pray that he comes the next time so that we can deal with this. Because I feel strongly about the point I have here, Mr. Speaker. So I will leave it for him to come join us.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
A university shall structure. Yes, a university shall structure its. Let me get. A university shall structure its Bachelor of Laws degree program to to include a minor field of study in another discipline. Now, we are seeking to regulate law degree programs.
Education.
All that we've done so far is to prescribe a mechanism for regulating law degree programs. Now you are saying that the same university that is regulating or that is providing the law degree program should also develop a minor field of study. Now what you are pushing us to do is to also now have to regulate that minor field of study, something that we don't want to be our concern. That's not our concern. Oh.
Minority leader got it, so he will abandon the amendment.
Please, let's leave this.
We can give that job to the council.
Because when you add on other things, you will distract them. You will increase the cost for the student, because this minor field of study is going to be additional cost to the student, and it's going to be additional time of instruction, and all that will just waste everybody's time. So let's leave it the way it is.
I would deem it abandoned.
Mr. Speaker, consider it flagged. I would take. No, Mr. Speaker, you know I'm not a difficult person. Let's proceed. I won't pursue it for now. Let's proceed. We'll come back. There's always, I want to be double sure of something.
Let's deal with it now, so that we don't come back.
Because, Mr. Speaker,
you know, we move to above plus 50, but because of you, we came back to 33. You understand? No, honorable minority leader.
Mr. Speaker,
assuming you are the council.
Mr. Speaker, granted as prayed.
Yes. So I'll put a question on the entire clause 53. As many as are in favor of clause 53 standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against, say no. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, 54 and 55 are consequential amendments, and so we can take all together. So it's just 54.
Yes, it's true. It's a consequential amendment.
Yes, up to 55.
All those in favor of consequential amendment in clause 54 say aye.
Aye.
Those against say no. Honourable members, the proposed amendment is carried. Is there any proposed amendment to clause 54? I'll put a question on the entire clause 54. As many as are in favor of clause 54 standing part of the bill say aye. Aye. Those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. Clause 55, XIV.
Retention, academic disqualification and graduation policies.
Chairman of the committee, consequential.
XIV, same amendment.
I'll put a question on the chairman's amendment. As many as are in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The proposed consequential amendment is ordered to stand part of the bill. Any further amendment to clause 55?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. XV, same consequential amendment. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, it's also consequential. I'll put a question. As many as are in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Any proposed amendment to clause 55? Else I'll put a question on the entire clause as variously amended. As many as are in favor of clause 55 as variously amended standing part of the bill say aye. Aye. Those against say no. All members, the ayes have it. Clause 55 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 56.
Evaluation of students for advancements and retention purposes.
Yes, Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, proposed amendment, delete and insert the following. That's the last one. That's the last one. Mr. Speaker, delete and insert the following. Yes, 56, please. Mr. Speaker, as advertised on page 12. I so move.
All members, it is for your consideration. Any further proposal? I'll put a question. As many as are in favor of the amendment proposed by the chairman of the committee say aye. Aye. Those against say no. That is, having the proposed amendment is ordered to stand part of the bill. Yes, clause 56.
Mr. Speaker.
VII.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
I don't know how this can be handled, but Mr. Speaker, I want to raise a practical problem our students face. Maybe after I'm done, colleagues may come up with a rendition, or you, Mr. Speaker, may assist us. Mr. Speaker, we are talking about assessment for the purposes of retention or disqualification. Mr. Speaker, in Ghanaian universities, we should ask ourselves, when are results released? Sometimes you finish a semester, you are completing the next semester, and your result for the previous semester is not even out. You go for a long 3-month vacation, you come, and results are not released, and you are supposed to continue. So, Mr. Speaker, I don't know how we can legislate on this, but the academia, our professors, must ensure some efficiency. Mr. Speaker, the way students are treated in Ghana, I'm sorry, but where some people studied, like the majority leader who was at Harvard.
Minority leader, is it not the case that that is regulated by the statutes of the university?
Mr. Speaker, the statutes say nothing. I've had a war with our universities before. They don't capture it in the statute. Mr. Speaker, permit me on this. We may not perhaps legislate on this, but we may be sending them a signal. Mr. Speaker, in other universities abroad, before the semester starts, the new semester starts, the previous semester assessment will be out. Lecturers will mark and publish results way ahead of time. Here, even where you want to seek for remarking, you want to follow up on your result, it's difficult. It's difficult. So, Mr. Speaker, something must be done. We should at least prescribe, put in a line or two that says that results, the assessment, the outcome of assessment of a student must be released at least 2 weeks. 2 weeks into the new semester. At least 2 weeks. I cannot stand here and say lecturers are lazy. That would be wrong on my part to say so. But I am saying that we don't seem to have sufficient efficiency in terms of how students are assessed when their results are released. It comes too late, especially in our public universities.
Honorable Minority Leader, Honorable John Dako, your name readily comes to mind as a lecturer. In the statute of the university, the marking and all those things, are they regulated by the statute?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Generally,
tell us when you people release.
Honorable Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, they are generally regulated by the statutes of the university. And I know as a matter of fact that Agempa, yes.
I also know as a matter of fact, when we were doing the Education Regulatory Bodies Act.
You are pitching me against my leaders.
No, we just want the factual situation. You see, when it comes to certain things, the universities have autonomy. So it's not every aspect. Above all, our concentration here is on only legal education. Nothing more, nothing less.
Speaker, if you have a son who attends a public university, he comes semester 1, you paid fees, everything. He starts semester 2. You call him, my son, where are your results for first semester? Daddy, they've not published them. Then at the tail end of semester 2, while taking exam for semester 2, they now publish them in thoughts.
I'm not justifying
Mr. Speaker,
that act.
Mr. Speaker, I'm speaking to certain ears, and I want certain ears to hear us. Mr.
So
Speaker,
propose a rendition.
yes, that's what I'm saying, that you should assist me, because I'm quite exhausted. Mr. Speaker, I'll try. You're always pushing me to learn. I'll try. That's it.
I thought you were going to move your amendment in XVII. So consequentially, it is amended. Okay, but it's abandoned. So then let me put a question on entire
No,
clause
Mr. Speaker, I
56
thought
first.
we are dealing with. You wanted me to the assessment
Yes,
of
so
the student. Mr. Speaker, I'm saying that let the draft person put in at least 2 weeks. Mr. Speaker, 2 weeks into the new semester, the previous assessment, because, Mr. Speaker, we want there to be certainty.
So, Minority Leader, if you put it in the legal education bill, what of those students who are not offering the legal education?
Mr. Speaker, for now, what will be before us is legal education.
So I pleaded with you. I'm pleading with you. This is not where.
Mr. Speaker,
if there is anything like that,
look
it
at
should
the
be.
reverse logic.
Yes.
So are you saying also
if
that we
it
should
is in
leave it
their
open?
statute, no, if it is in their statutes, but
So-
it is not being complied with, it is one thing complying with the law, and it's another thing not complying
Mr.
with the
Speaker,
law.
I mean, I've seen quite a number of statutes of our universities. They
I've
don't
also
have
seen
it.
statutes.
They don't, Mr. Speaker, they don't enact in their statute that
Well,
result.
let me hear from Professor
That
Hamza.
result, Mr. Speaker,
He's also
it
a
is
lecturer.
not. Mr. Speaker, it is
Professor
not.
Hamza, do you have this in your
Mr. Speaker, don't pitch me
the
against the
statute of
lecturers
the
in
university?
this chamber. They know what I'm talking about. They know. John Daku knows what I'm talking about. They don't publish results. And even they publish them in thought.
That is why I'm saying that, Honourable Minority Leader, with all due respect, non-compliance of the law
speak. You know.
doesn't mean we should continue making more laws. Yes, Professor Hamza.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. I think that Minority Leader may probably have to consider his position on the assessment. Generally, the universities have their timetables. There are times for examinations, then we have times for submission of results, times for academic meetings, and then time for publishing of results. So every university has a well-defined structure that they work with. And so some of these things are just administrative lapses. For example, if a head of department or a dean sits on his or her responsibility, then you may find some of these isolated cases occurring. And I think that I don't think there's a need to legislate on this. We rather will have to probably fashion that out in an ally. But to legislate on this, I think that we are going to tie the hands of the universities, and that will take the independence of the academic institution, off their hands. So in my view, I don't think there's a need for us to legislate this. Let's make it, let it be flexible so that the universities can have their ways of going through their examinations. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, let us.
I'll put a question on entire clause 56. As many as are in favor of clause 56 as previously amended, standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against say no. All members, the ayes have it. Clause 56 is ordered to stand part of the bill. 57.
Right, Honourable Speaker, 57. Delete and insert the following new clause. as advertised on page 10.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment to Chairman's amendment? I'll put a question. As many as are in favor of the amendment proposed by the Chairman of the committee, say aye. Aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. The proposed amendment by the Chairman of the committee is ordered to stand part of the bill. I'll put a question on entire clause 57. As many as are in favor of clause 57 standing part of the bill, say aye. Aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. Clause 57 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 58. Chairman, you stop at clause 59. We'll stop at clause 59.
Speaker, clause 58, consequential amendment, Mr. Speaker. I so move on page 13.
I'll put a question. As many as are in favor of the proposed amendment by the Chairman of the committee to clause 58, say aye. Aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. Clause 58 is ordered to, the proposed amendment is ordered to stand part of the bill. I'll then put a question on entire clause 58. As many as are in favor of clause 58 as amended standing part of the bill, say aye. Aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. Clause 58 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 59.
Academic freedom.
Speaker, amendment proposed consequential. I so move on.
I'll put a question on the Chairman's amendment. As many as are in favor of the consequential amendment proposed by the Chairman of the committee, say aye. Aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. The proposed amendment consequentially by the Chairman of the committee is ordered to stand part of the bill. Yes, clause 59, XXI.
XXI, Mr. Speaker, consequential amendment, I so move.
Honourable members, it is for your consideration. I'll put a question. As many as are in favor of the proposed amendment by the Chairman of the committee, say aye. Aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. Clause 59, the amendment proposed by the Chairman of the committee to clause 59 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Honourable members, any further amendment to clause 59? I'll put a question. As many as are in favor of clause 59 standing part of the bill, say aye. Aye. Those against, say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. Clause 59 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Honourable members, we've sat in excess of 5 hours. In the circumstances, I have the authority to adjourn the House, and the House is accordingly adjourned till, oh, very well. Very well. That brings us to the end of consideration stage for today. Yes, Minority Leader.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, if I heard you correctly, you indicated that because we've done more than 5 hours,
yes,
there will be no requirement for the leader of government business to move the House for the purpose of adjournment. But Mr. Speaker, the leader of government business made a promise to this House. His promises must be sacred, and he must live up to those promises. Mr. Speaker, when the government, through a press conference, announced reduction of producer price of cocoa, he promised this House that the finance minister will come here with a policy document.
The House is accordingly adjourned till Wednesday, 25th February 2026 at 2 o'clock in the afternoon.